Okay. Oscar Sudi sensationally claimed that the deep state is indeed cornered. They have decided to express their fury by attempting to demolish Weston Hotel. So yesterday and today morning, Weston Hotel was still trending for an attempt to demolish. Oscar Sudi claimed, and then he posted pictures of the cranes. We also have seen today there was a NOCA meeting. They met the Mount Kenya Foundation, and Mount Kenya Foundation assured them that they don't have a preferred candidate. So those are the two events that we want to look at. This evening, you are welcome to participate in the discussion. I will share one of the clips on the issue to do with Weston Hotel and what people think.
No, right now, all indications are that is private land, unless the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority can prove otherwise. If they prove otherwise, that this land was acquired from public property and then they put private property on it, then they'll have to move in with the normal due process and recover that land. But Gladys, as it says, the Wilson Airport is public property and it sits on public land. So what they just need to establish, because apart from Weston, there are quite a number of buildings around there, and if you can just see even beyond Weston, even you can see several buildings on the airport, as has been claimed that this should be the airport. So it's not only this, it's also residential buildings that are just beyond even Langata Road Primary School, extending all the way behind Weston Hotel. So the only thing they need to do is to prove that indeed this was public land, and somewhere along the way it changed hands and became private, and that's why a private developer was able to acquire it and of course put such a prime property on it. So Gladys, from where I stand, unless Civil Aviation Authority, KAA, the government, which is in custody of all the documents pertaining to this land, can prove that it's public land, then that is when that process will be initiated. And obviously, like now everything that is happening in this country, the government is moving back to take over all public lands that have been taken illegally by private persons. That will happen. But as at now, it's a controversy that has been raging for many years. We reported extensively on the KCA controversy, KAA plus Weston Hotel. But as we know currently, it's a private property sitting on private land, unless the Civil Aviation Authority can prove that this indeed is their land and it was acquired from the public and made private, and that's the reason a private developer put up that prime building, Gladys.
Thank you, Ken Mijungu, speaking to us from the Weston Hotel, or at least near the Weston Hotel, a hotel that has actually been in a lot of controversy in as far as if it's on public land or private land, or if it has even encroached into the nearby Langata Road Primary School. And of course, as he said, a lot needs to be investigated, a lot of questions to be answered, and we shall be following up the same and bringing you up to speed with the details as and when we receive them. Now, to something that has been top of mind. During an interview with NTV, Chief Justice David Maraga asserted that globally there is a standard ratio of the national budget that is...
Okay, so that was issues to do with the Weston Hotel. The management issued a letter to their clients, and they said that they should not be worried. I think this is the public notice on Thursday, 7th October. Following the numerous comments and inquiries from concerned stakeholders, friends, and customers, we would like to clarify and assure our esteemed customers and general public that the hotel operations are running smoothly without any interruption. Any contrary information should be disregarded. We would like to welcome our clients to continue supporting us and wish all you happy customer service week. Please note that any official communication will come from our official channel, i.e. on social media. So they say that those were just mere rumors and nothing has been interrupted. Customers are asked to continue trooping in for services. Yeah, this one Kenyan who claimed that this was a diversion tactic, that the issue to do with Weston Hotel was a diversion tactic. Let's hear what he says.
Very bad week for Uhuru Kenyatta and the family. I'm not talking about something else. I'm talking about the Pandora news that is trending on the media. Apparently, the elites, people surrounds the president. These people are the elites that we know that are working behind the curtains. They have attempted to change the news so that Kenyans begin to focus on new things and forget about the Pandora news. Last night, there was an attempt by the deep state, these elites that are working behind the curtain, to bring down Weston Hotel in an attempt to make Kenyan media and the Kenyan people forget about the Pandora news and begin to focus on Weston Hotel. Honorable Sudi actually posted on Facebook. You can go there and check it. I want to state on a clear terms that as you bring down Weston Hotel, as you have planned, do not forget about Ruareka land. Do not forget about Molasses land in Kisumu. Do not forget about Yatta land, worth 350 million stolen by Kalonzo Musyoka. Do not forget about Langata Cemetery land linked to Mudavadi. Do not forget about hundreds and thousands of acres illegally acquired by Moi and Kenyatta family. Hustlers and Kenyans will not forget about this news. You can change the news. You can try by all means. And as we know very well that Kenyan media is influenced by money and power, they will begin to focus on Western Hotel and forget about the Pandora news. I want to remind you that Western Hotel news will not change the fact that Kenyatta family is hiding billions of shillings abroad, and they don't want you, the Kenyan people, to know about it. Nothing will change that fact.
Okay, as a Kenyan, what do you think? Was the deep state trying to change the conversation on Pandora Papers to create another drama so that Kenyans can focus on that? So talk to us. What do you think about the Weston Hotel issue? Let's also have a clip on what happened at Pan Africa Hotel. Then we can start the conversation.
Leadership now says it has no preferred candidate for the 2022 presidential race, as they are yet to settle on one. The leaders instead revealing that they were consulting widely before making a formal announcement. And as Chemutai Goin reports, the One Kenya Alliance principals took advantage of a luncheon by the Mount Kenya leaders to popularize their bid.
Pomp and color welcomed the One Kenya Alliance principals to the luncheon hosted by the Mount Kenya Foundation. A meeting where the foundation's leadership sought to know the alliance's plans for the mountain, which has lately been a hotbed of political activity, as would-be suitors attempt to lure the voters to join their camp.
Mount Kenya is agitated, Cyrus Jirongo, because we are not going to field our own candidate.
But the elephant in the room was the perception that the foundation was simply carrying out a public relations exercise with suspicion rife that it had already settled on former Prime Minister Raila Odinga as its preferred option. This following a similar luncheon they hosted last week.
Let us not have a preferred leader. All these people are capable.
We have heard you. We have not yet chosen a preferred candidate. As Mount Kenya Foundation, as Mount Kenya people, we have no preferred candidate.
One Kenya Alliance principals who are yet to agree on who will be their presidential flag bearer nevertheless sustained their charm offensive on the Mount Kenya leaders.
What you are interested in is exactly what we are interested in.
And I want to guarantee to you that the leadership you are seeing in this room does not elicit fear on anybody.
If you made up your mind that you want to walk this journey with us, we are ready. If you made up your mind that we are partners, we are ready.
We do not have the monopoly of ideas, but we think that united, this nation will stand together.
The One Kenya Alliance principals vowed to prioritize the needs of the Mount Kenya region if elected, even as they were urged to hit the road running and sell their policies.
Once you talk to them, or once you talk to us, we will deliberate and we will go to Limuru 3.
Hatuwezi kupatia msichana wetu wanaume watano. Au mama mmekubali msichana wetu aende na wanaume watano?
Kwa hao watano mimi ni kitinda mimba. I'm the one who's the most energized and the youngest.
I would say that you people of Mount Kenya, you have a solid lady in Martha Karua.
The one-man, one-shilling, one-vote debate would also come up as NC leader Musalia Mudavadi literally preached to the choir.
If Mount Kenya is as populous as we know it is, when it is resource allocation, let the resource allocation reflect that population.
We are tested, we are tried, we are proven, we are trusted, and we can deliver.
The foundation's leaders urge those seeking the presidency to respect President Uhuru Kenyatta.
If you don't respect our president, you call him names, you say what? No, Mount Kenya people will not be with you. Uhuru to us is more than a Linda. He is a Mudhamaki.
With the Mount Kenya region feeling exposed in next year's polls, it is looking for partners that will secure the region's interests. And after meeting ODM leader Raila Odinga and the One Kenya Alliance principals, the big question is, will the Mount Kenya Foundation also meet Deputy President William Ruto? Chamuta Aigo in Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Let's hear the other side, what they think about the Mount Kenya Foundation.
Mjadala wa nchi yetu tukienda mbele lazima ibadilike. Na lazima iwe ni mjadala wa kusaidia Wakenya wale wako wengi katika mashinani. So tuko na agenda, tuko na sera. Pia tuko na mipango ya kuunganisha Wakenya wote kupitia Hustler Movement. Bila kubagua eneo wanatoka, biashara wanafanya, dini ambaye wanaamini, kabila lao. Tumesema sisi zote tuko Hustler Movement. So we have an agenda. We have a plan. We have a candidate. We have a movement. And we have a serious national formation in the name of the United Democratic Alliance. Sasa ukikuja upanda hii mwingine, they have no plan, they have no agenda, they have regional and tribal formations, they have no candidate, and the only agenda, until last night, I saw Baba on TV, the only agenda they have and the common denominator in their politics is one William Samuel Arap Ruto. So from morning to evening, they don't discuss their plan. From morning to evening, they don't discuss their agenda for the people of Kenya. From morning to evening, they are in hotel boardrooms. Nyinyi mjawahi kusikia Kenya ambaye wale wanataka kuwa rais ati wanaenda kufanyiwa interview uko Safari Park? Nyinyi mmewahi kusikia? Ati leo sisi tuko hapa tunauza sera, tunauza plan, tunauza candidate, tunauza chama ya kitaifa, lakini hawa wameitwa Safari Park ati wanafanywa interview na watu wengine.
Okay, do you agree with Ndwale? Watu wasifanyiwe interview, waende wa campaign. Abok, good evening. Good evening, Abok. Okay, I wanted to start with you because you are the first one to arrive, but it seems you are not available. Good evening. The next person who came earlier was Onsoro. How are you? Onsoro, how are you? Am I audible, Penny?
Yes, you are.
Okay, so people came here and they just registered their presence and went back to eat supper or what? Let's begin with those who can show their face, huh? YG, how are you? YG means what? Okay, there's someone who's causing echoes here.
YG or WG?
Kindly mute before I bring you back to the stage. Mute for avoidance of echoes. Okay, thank you. So YG means what?
Is it
someone
WG
called
or
YG?
YG?
Oh, WG, yes. Okay. I have put something there. I'm not seeing the whole thing. WG, okay. Yes. How are you? Are you hearing me?
I'm okay. I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Now we have 3 subtopics. One is there has been Weston Hotel trending since yesterday night. And this came out after Oscar Sudi sensationally claimed that Deep State has been cornered. Now they want to demolish the hotel. Yeah, a few people think that it's a diversion tactic. So what do you think on that? And then there has been an event of Oka. They were welcomed by Mount Kenya Foundation and hosted at the same place they hosted Prime Minister last week or last week? But one. And then, yeah, so those are the things that were happening. Then, of course, there is a response from the UDA camp over what is happening with the Mount Kenya Foundation. They think these guys are creating interviews for candidates. Is Mount Kenya becoming an electoral college? Mount Kenya Foundation. So what do you think?
Okay, thank you for giving me this or granting me this opportunity. Can you
Ama
hear me?
nimekupatia headline mingi. You can talk what you know. The rest you can leave.
No, I'm okay with it. I've understood all of them. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are hearing you. Proceed.
Thank you very much. First of all, to begin with Weston, my thought is that it has been long overdue because this issue was in court, and I think it was a matter that had been decided in court. Why it's still standing there is what I'm questioning. It should have gone very long time ago. But now, why they are bringing it here again at this particular moment could be true, because why are they bringing it up right now? If the court had decided long time ago. I remember there was a time we were expecting it to be brought down, but it didn't happen. So it's an issue whose time has passed. It should have been concluded long time ago. Secondly, I had some UDA member who was trying now to drag in many other issues. And unfortunately, all the issues he was bringing in, like the molasses plant, farm or what, first of all, whose land was that? Was it a public land, the molasses plant? Secondly, those other issues that he was dragging in and comparing them with the Weston Hotel are the matters in court, and has the court concluded the way they concluded with Weston Hotel? So those are things that should be put in their right perspective. Okay, coming to the Oka visiting or Mount Kenya billionaires welcoming Oka, I think I want to approach it in a very different way. This is a very noble, it's a very noble approach if it is taken positively, or if it's not used to achieve other things at the advantage of a particular group as opposed to the rest, the old Kenyans. And to me, I would have liked that all regions have this kind of, convention. Nyanza, though we might not be having the billionaires, but all the thousandaires and the shillingionaires that may be around should convene this kind of, so that by the end of the day, we probe, and put all these presidential candidates into task from all regions, even including Rift Valley, where Ruto comes from. They should have this kind of, because the reason why I'm saying this, look here, one of the issues that Mount Kenya people are talking about is 1 man, 1 shilling, or 1 vote, and the issue of representation. When did they realize this? When did they come to realize that they are lacking in or their sharing of resources is wanting? It is because when Uhuru was getting into power, they went sleeping. They went away sleeping, thinking that their man was at the helm, so they have no issue to worry about. But Uhuru went there an individual. So today, to date, when a person from Mount Kenya wants to take his kid to school, he realizes that he doesn't have the money, and at the same time, the bursary that is arriving is so little as opposed to the other people. And Uhuru is nowhere to come in and help. You get me? So this issue of like, now our tribesman is now going to be the president. So let's sit aside and relax. That kind of stupidity should not even be found among the Luos. They should also, I'm expecting the Luo region to sit down and call all presidential candidates and probe them intensively, including Raila himself, taking our interest into our hands, because Raila is not my uncle, he's not my father. So when he's going there to get the presidency, I will be not there. So the time for him to tell us what he's going to do for us people in the lake is now. Okay? So that by the time when he goes there, we shall also demand our shares, because by then he will be the president. He will be having those the cops at the gate, and me individually, like Walter, I won't be allowed to enter in. So by then, what shall my bargain be? So that is a very important for me. All regions, including Coast, Rift Valley, Nyanza, Western, they should convene the kind of the convention the billionaires have arranged in Mount Kenya. They should take the line and queue as such. Another issue that I wanted to come up with regarding the same, or maybe that one I will bring it later. But for now, let me conclude with the Duale issue in Migori. I think this UDA has nothing to listen to that some can grace with a contribution. Because what has Duale talked about? He's talking about people going to for an interview. And yet he's castigating those people saying that the other group is not talking about anything to help. The only thing they are talking about is William Ruto. So today, was William Ruto the topic at Oka meeting? Was Raila with Mount Kenya discussing about Ruto? Yet when he was talking, he was so much about those people, which means the Oka group and the ODM brigade. So them, they want to talk about the other group, but them, they should not be mentioned. Instead of them going to Kuria to tell people what they will do for the Kuria people, I didn't hear that anything that they discussed about it. They were all talking about this other group. And you see, the way I'm seeing it is that Raila group has not come out actually to campaign outside. It is still maybe the boardroom meetings and reorganization. He's still reorganizing his brigade. A time is coming when there will be storm. We can promise the UDA that the storm is coming. They should be ready. There will be a big storm. If the 1 week, actually not 1 week, some 3 days in Mount Kenya, and they went, you know, falling down with their bumps, you know, bam, just 2 days. So the tsunami is coming ahead here. We will promise them, we can promise them that. So I want to, that is all I have. And I can engage you later on, maybe with some other issues. Thank you.
Walter, thank you. Have you confirmed whether you are a thousandia or a shillinginia? Thank you for the new vocabulary.
We go by the grace of God. We go by the grace of God.
Hallelujah. Thank you. Let's have Penny, and then welcome Themba, welcome Bernard, welcome Onsoro, and Kuna Frank and Tom. So we will have Penny, we go to Onsoro, and then Themba, and then Bernard, in that order.
Okay.
For those who are at the comment section, thank you. Keep your comments coming. We will project some of them and some we shall read them. Thank you.
Okay.
Penny, proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Yeah. About the Western Hotel JITTERS, there are a lot of questions that beg to be answered, like in terms of ownership, when the DP was in the process of owning this property, one wonders why at his level he did not execute the due process of searching and ensuring that the property that he was interested in had no controversy. So it really leaves us wondering, for a politician of his caliber, how it escaped his knowledge that this property actually could have been belonging to Kenya Civil, Kenya Civil, whatever aviation. Kenya Civil
Aviation Authority, KCA.
Yeah, Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. So I think he's not being genuine, because a politician of his caliber should have done his due process. And with the Farida Karonei as the CS for land, I think we wonder why the acquisition went on without the due process. Then when he was in the process of constructing the hotel, these are things that he should have, at least I'm sure something should have come up. Someone could have noticed that this land belongs to us, and there's a construction that is going on. So it also leaves us wondering, from the time of acquisition to the time when now he begins constructing. And construction is not a one-day affair. You know, there's the foundation. There are so many things. So you can't tell me that right from the ownership to the time when he began constructing the hotel in that piece of the land, nothing arose as to the ownership of that land. At least something must have come up in as far as the ownership of the land was concerned. Then again, about the Weston Hotel, Oscar Sudi could have he could have preempted that the hotel was going to be demolished. As usual, maybe it was a tool they were using as a propaganda to seek for sympathy. As usual, you know, they like taking issues to seek for sympathy, to display the DP as someone who everyone is against. And then the hotel demolition also could have come up as a result of the deep state trying to show Ruto. Probably they were just testing the waters, and also sending warnings to him to show him that, after all, he is corrupt. The manner in which that property was acquired, it was meant to be a reminder to him that, as much as he's making noise in other areas, the ownership of that property was still very questionable. Then about today's Duale comments about their opponents not having any agenda. As far as I'm concerned, I think the only agenda that has come out so clearly from the UDA side is about the bottom-up model of economy, which even themselves they don't understand it, and they cannot even explain it. And up to now, nobody knows what this bottom-up is all about. So I feel it's quite laughable for someone like Duale to come out and discredit their opponents not having an agenda, yet their only agenda that they have cannot even be explained to very high-level officials like Wahome. You heard the other day when she was being interviewed and when she was trying to explain. And even in this forum, we have had the supporters of UDA themselves. They've not been able to come out clearly and explain to us what this bottom-up model is all about. So if this is their agenda, their main agenda, which they are boasting about, which they themselves they do not even understand, then I think they should take it slowly. And then looking at the UDA party, these are people that began to campaign way before it was known that elections were going to be launched. They started campaigning several years ago, and I think they are now catching up. The fatigue is now catching up with them. They are fatigued. So their fatigue is making them to be anxious, and they are wondering why their opponents, the fact that their opponents are not coming out clearly to even say that someone like Raila has not even come out clearly and launched his candidacy. He has not even come out clearly and declared that he's going to run. So you see these people having campaigned for the last 4 years, they are so fatigued. They are so fatigued, they are so confused. So that's why they are wondering what is happening, because as it is, they have revealed all their cards and their opponents are very wise. And they are wondering what next. About the Mount Kenya Foundation, they seem to have ownership over the whole process of presidency in Kenya, because if you look at the Mau Mau fight, most of them are the ones that featured in the struggle for independence in this country. And even as far as the economy of our nation is concerned, we'll concur with the fact that Central, actually Mount Kenya contributes the bigger percentage to the biggest percentage of the GDP. So that's why they have a sense of ownership, because if anything goes wrong with the leadership, then I think they stand to lose much more than other regions. So I think it's very wise of them to just own up. Though I also agree with my colleague who has just spoken and said that we should have these kinds of forums in all the regions to hold these people accountable, because some people who come from the same place as Raila previously have complained that he only benefits his clan, his clan. So I think it's also something that should be emulated. Other communities or other regions should actually emulate the Mount Kenya Foundation. We should have people with influence summoning these presidential candidates and asking them what their manifestos are and how they are going to what part they are going to play in solving regional challenges that there may be. So I think I will stop at that.
Okay, thank you. Abok, you've been away. I don't know whether you still queue or you were the first, but you didn't speak. Or you're still, your network is still not okay. Let me go to Onsoro and then I will come back. Onsoro.
Yes.
Uko sawa?
Good evening. Yeah.
Good evening to you. Nasikiaje hii mambo ya Weston Hotel?
Yes,
Nasikia
yes,
jana
sir.
ulale Weston Hotel alafu ukaanza kukua na uoga.
Are you able to hear me? I was kicked out.
Who is now going to talk?
Abok, your mic is okay. Abok, wait, let's finish with Razor and then we come, because it seems you have connection problems.
Yeah, on the issue of Weston Hotel, I think we have seen what the media has been, especially the social media, what has been happening in the social media about the demolition which is likely to happen. I don't know whether it's true or it is just issues, fake news. But all the same, demolition of this Weston Hotel should have happened a long time ago. And if it is not demolition, then the occupant right now should have been sent away long time ago, so that we convert those premises into government government property and use it. Maybe we even expand the Langata Primary to that place. We even make it a boarding school, because that land is a public land. The courts ruled so, that is a public land. It's actually an extension of Wilson Airport, and therefore it's really very unfortunate that a very senior government official of the nature of the deputy president is able to take part of the land, public land, which is supposed to safeguard. You know, is a deputy president. You know, in the absence of the president, is supposed to be the president, and therefore he swore to safeguard the constitution of the country, and by extension to safeguard the property of the state. So by him taking advantage of his position, maybe to take away part of public land, is something that really is serious. But we know him. We have seen how he behaves when it comes to issues to do with land. Muteshi complained, actually he was even chased away from his land. The courts gave him back the land. I don't know whether he went back. In fact, he even died before going back to his land. So we know that. So the land where Weston Hotel stands today is a public land, and that hotel is supposed to be demolished or be converted to be public property. That is what I can say about Weston Hotel. The other issue on Mount Kenya billionaires who are talking to Oka today, I think Oka have a right also to speak to the Mount Kenya people. And just like Raila Amolo Odinga was given audience, the Oka also should have an opportunity to talk to the Mount Kenya people. The only funny thing which I saw, you know, I followed those proceedings. The only thing that I saw is that many of those so-called principals, they were actually alluding, trying to allude and you know, try to cajole the Mount Kenya people not to accept Raila. You know, it's like going to somebody and you are trying to say, oh, I'm better than so and so. You know, that is immature. They should have gone there to talk about themselves, you know, and how good they are, what good they can take to Mount Kenya people, how they can improve the lives of the Mount Kenya people, and not how the Mount Kenya people should not, how they should not support Raila Odinga or so and so. You know, that is immaturity, which was exhibited by these so-called principals, and therefore they actually exhibited. I'm very sure the Mount Kenya people were watching them. They saw them as very mature, and they are not fit actually to be given that opportunity to lead the country. They should have gone there and articulate their issues, how they are going to be useful to the Mount Kenya people. So on the other side, I will also want to say that although Mount Kenya people are the billionaires are trying to kind of interview these candidates, I feel they should not behave as if without them, nothing will happen. We should not have a president. They should not feel, there is that feeling that, we are so special and therefore you have to talk to us before we can allow you to be president. So it's like, it's portraying a picture that, even if somebody wins an election, they cannot allow him or her to occupy State House. It is them who should give a go-ahead. They should not bring that picture. Let us have a situation whereby when we elect a leader of like, for example, a president, he should be allowed to occupy State House. He should be sworn in with or without the blessings of any billionaire. I think that is a point which they should also take note if they are watching and listening. Thank you. Maybe I will contribute later on as the discussion goes on.
Okay. I also heard one of the leaders of Mount Kenya say that respect the president. Uhuru is not just our leader, he's our Mudhamaki. I don't know who he was addressing. Okay. Let's have a book, then Bernard, you take as Demba ukue moderator for a while.
So thank you.
Okay, so I don't know whether I'm now
you're okay now. Go ahead.
Audible.
Yes. Go ahead.
Oh,
we can hear you.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. I would start with the issue of Weston Hotel. And to me, Weston Hotel was a mistake which should have been corrected very long time ago. And I just don't know why the government is still staring at that structure, yet it was declared illegal and it's supposed to be out of that place. So whether it was deep state talking about or trying to divert attention, or it was Oscar Sudi or Nixon Korir or whoever the person was, or the origin of the information, I think Weston Hotel should be a bygone case. And I can tell you, it's only there for a few months. Either it's going to be demolished or it's going to be taken over. And I can speak authoritatively that when we take power, we are going to clear that issue, and it's going to be back behind us very, very soon, because it's a game that we are no longer willing to continue with. I mean, how do we entertain such a thing even up to now? Because it's the one breeding these self-defeatist statements that we are hearing from people that ukibomoa hiyo basi sisi pia tutabomoa ile, ama give us the money that is stashed overseas. So we have to start from somewhere so that it is seen that things are done. So whether it is Oscar Sudi, whoever got that, we just need to put that one behind us. To me, Safari Park issue, the Safari Park meeting today was trying to achieve two things. Number one, it was trying to formalize the process whereby one person had already been chosen, but the foundation doesn't want to be seen to be handpicking one candidate. And therefore, the people who are there, they're still calling themselves principals. I don't know Wetangula is whose principal, but they were there. And to me, that is a bridal team led by Kalonzo and Mudavadi. So they were invited just for the sake, but the decision had already been made. Someone had already ran away with the blessings, and these were chasing the opportunity. Number two, you remember sometimes back, President Uhuru Kenyatta tried to convince these Oka people to support Raila, and later on, the information came out that he has delegated that duty to Mount Kenya Foundation. And to me, that was the beginning of that particular process of dealing with them. And I can tell you, it's so easy to deal with a broke person like Wetangula. It's so easy to deal with those people. And when you listen to how they were articulating their issues, you really see a person who has inferiority complex trying to portray the other person as not a worthy competitor. I mean, I hold Mudavadi is going there to discredit another person rather than actually selling his his agenda. And you could see that even from other speakers. So what they didn't know is that they were already trapped. They are already in a cage where they are just forced to speak because they have an opportunity to speak. But the decision has already been made, including their fate as they speak. It's like umeweka kuku kwa kikapu unaenda kuchinja, lakini bado unaipea tu chakula hapo ndani ya kikapu. Unafurahia kwa sababu kitoweo kiko ndani ya kikapu. You are going to slaughter it. It's only that it doesn't know when it's going to be slaughtered. So they were there, and it was a very good opportunity for the Mount.
Leo umekunywa nini?
Yes. It's just fine. You know, those people are already put in a basket. They are taken to the slaughterhouse, and they don't see. They are there still talking about a person who even has an opportunity to appoint them in different positions, but they cannot they cannot see and sense. So to me, it was meant to achieve those two objectives. The other thing which is coming out clearly is that there is a discussion which has already been started by one region of the country, which is Central Kenya. And for now, we are going to lie low as an envelope because we are courting this lady. Just like anyone who is a courting lady for marriage, you don't want to invoke emotions from this person, and you are able to listen to every crap, everything that is coming out. But all of us know that Kenya is not only Central Kenya. Kenya is not only Mount Kenya. So at the moment, we are able to listen, but they are also setting a very good agenda for other regions of the country, perhaps even those regions which do not have leaders or a foundation like them. Because I'm telling you, if it is one man, one shilling, it's not only going to happen to Mount Kenya. It's going to happen to the whole country. So there is no policy which is going to be made only for Central Kenya and other policies for other countries. So yes, even through such forums, they are also setting a very good agenda for the rest of the country. It's only that at the moment, it's coming out from them. And it is good they have started it. And we are not going to tell them we are not going to do it. But ukishaingia kwa ndoa, hapo sasa ndio unatoa makucha. You say, hapa kwangu, ama kwa hii ndoa mpaka tuelewane. Huwezi kuja na vitu za kwenyu alafu useme sasa tunataka tuendelee na mambo ya huku kwenyu. So at the moment we are listening to all, and we are not going to say we are not going to do it. No, we are going to do everything, 100% of what they are requesting, including if they want to their daughters to be married, all of them all over the country. It's going to happen. But Constitution is going to apply. Now, it's very, very important that we also get to understand where Hustler Nation is. And sometimes I wonder, and now I'm responding to the issue of Duale and his boss talking about other candidates having them as an agenda. You know, when I get to the house, into the house, and I find a thief who has stolen almost half of my property, then ananiambia sasa, my friend, inabidi sasa usikize chenye ninakwambia. We will never reason until I get rid of the thief. Then I start now putting down what I want to achieve. This is what is happening. We cannot reason with the thief. We want to get rid of him first. Then we can tell Kenyans now, this is what we want to do. Sababu tumefagia ile uchafu ilikuwa inawasumbua. Now this is what we want to do. Because they have been there 10 years. I think he will promise until Jesus comes. He will promise, even if he is given power today, elected today, he will promise in the next 30 years, 40 years, and he will deliver nothing. So I get a thief in my house. We don't negotiate. I throw you out first. Then I tell my household or family members, this is what I want to do for the country. It's very, very ironical that Ruto alone, where he sits, he thinks that he's the only national leader. All these other leaders are tribal leaders. But when you look at him, he is a leader who is on a solo journey. He is trying to isolate almost every senior person so that when he gets there, he can continue looting and looting and looting again because nobody is senior enough to ask him questions even when he gets there. So to discredit Kalonzo, who has, by the end of voter registration, will be having almost 3 million votes, to discredit Mudavadi, to discredit all these people as regional leaders, then who is Ruto if he is not a regional leader? And in any case, UDA is not even a national party. UDA is also a regional party. So for them to stand all over telling us that, we are the only ones who have got an agenda. Which agenda? The bottom up or what? Which even Alice Wahome was not even able to tell us in a national television. So which agenda is this? At the moment where I sit, I will say that even though we have a very comprehensive agenda, our current agenda is to get rid of the thief and make sure that the thief is out of the house. Then we can start laying down foundations. Then one last thing, people cannot discredit Mount Kenya Foundation because they are voters, they are funders, and they're influencers. Even some of the people he is addressing always are employed by these people we are talking about. If you talk about Equity Bank, how many people are employed by Equity Bank? And yet you are here telling us that huyo mtu ako na kura moja tu. He is an influencer. He is a funder. Ni kama kusema, unajua sasa hii umebebwa na gari ya mtu, lakini unasema hii gari ni mbaya. Hii gari hata naweza shuka na ikose kuenda. Itashuka na wewe ndio utakosa kufika safari yako. You know, Ama uende ujenge juu ya volcano, useme unajua nyumba yangu ni strong, but you don't know what is happening underground. Kule underground, ikierupt, you will no longer have that house. So people, I think they don't know the effect or the strength of the foundation that we are talking about in terms of Mount Kenya Foundation. And anywhere else, the rich will always be decision makers in any society. Lastly, I would say that Ruto is a very good student, very, very good student. And you know, the teacher is always ahead of the student. He's a very good student. He's following. And in fact, if there were mistakes that were made by Raila Odinga in 2007, 2013, 2017, then Ruto has inherited all the problems Raila had. If there were problems. If there were mistakes, then he has inherited all of them. Because, you know, we used to say we have people, we don't need to talk to a few people. You remember when Mau issue came up, Raila said, I will go to people directly. He didn't know that leaders have got influence on their people. So Ruto now is trying to hoodwink himself that he has people. He doesn't have anybody. When the rubber will meet the road, then we will see exactly who has people. In 2007, Raila had people. 2013, he had people. 2017, he had people. Now, we have changed the strategy. Hiyo makosa yote tumemwachia aendelee nayo, na sisi tunafurahia, na aendelee kuzunguka nchi mzima, aendelee na kufanya makosa mingi na makosa zote, ili tukifika pale tutamwambia ndugu yangu, we gave you the opportunity to learn, you learned the wrong things, and today be a very good opposition leader because you have the energy, you have the noise makers, and you have the most foolish people around you like akina Oscar Sudi. Thank you.
Abogo, mind your language. There are no foolish people in Kenya. Wajinga walisha Kenya. Ama hujaambiwa? Oh, he's gone. Well, thank you, everyone. Those of you that are joining, due to public demand, the people behind the curtain, we will begin to drop you off. The screen is too dark. The viewers are complaining, so do something about it. Show your face, unless you must hide yourself. But if you are in and you're not ready to make contribution, let others come in. They make contribution, they go, and then you can come in later, other than occupying space that somebody may be wanting to make his contribution and then go. So black screen, please, let's avoid it. Show your face so that people know who to incriminate if you said anything criminal. And who to go after if there is a need for that. Let's all come and show our faces. And then I was given authority to make submission before I begin to moderate. Ama Theba kulikuwaje? Nisikuwe nimejipigia kura mimi.
Hakuna shida, you can just make a submission and then I'll come after you.
Okay, thank you. I would want to say briefly on the Weston Hotel saga generated by Oscar Sudi, as the bulldozers are ready to demolish it. In my analysis, it is a crisis management approach. I think the Pandora storm they expected did not take off as they wanted it to take off. And so they are looking for something else to bring up so that Kenyans can be more confused and they will not hold them to account of all that they have alleged. And this has been their tactic all along. And from what is happening right now, they seem to be having it rough, even with their campaigns and their mobilization. Now the cost of bringing people to the ground is getting higher and higher. as the pockets run drier and drier. And so eventually, these guys will either surrender or, you know, just go back to the drawing board. If you look at the Uda steam and the Uda fire that they had at the beginning is dying with every passing day. So they need to hang on everything that is happening. And, you know, as they were described ably by being sympathy addicts. So anything that will bring sympathy, they would want it. But in my opinion, it is not even working in their favor because Wakenya pia wamechoka. Wawezi kukuhurumia kwa miaka 4 tena unaomba miaka ingine 5 wakuhurumie. Watakwambia saa ingine unajipanguza machozi mwenyewe. Sio lazima tupanguze machozi sisi kila mara. So, the Kenyans are not going to offer you shoulder to cry on over and over. 4 years, still you have not figured out on how to handle your own issues. That is not selling that candidate properly, especially when we are in a very critical place in Kenya, when we need proper leadership. We can't afford to have a crybaby as a national leader in a crying nation. We need somebody who can chart the way forward and tell us to wipe our tears. There is light at the end of the tunnel. We are going to maneuver and succeed. Not I am being attacked, I'm being spoken against, I'm being targeted, people are gathering against me. Why do you volunteer to be the common denominator on every negative issue? That is not healthy, and they need to change tag. So the politics, the politics of shielding corruption, whereby when a corruption issue comes up, you use politics to shield yourself against answering questions. If DP and team believe in the court, as the court ruled against BBI and they celebrated, they say at least our courts are working. Hey, what did the court say about Weston Hotel? Let's use the same plate, let's use the same scheme, let's use the same scale and say the courts have spoken, we all comply, we pack our things and go. Let the court prevail, just like we celebrated on the BBI. You cannot be supporting the courts on the BBI, then when it comes to Weston Hotel, you now turn around and say you are being victimized. That doesn't paint a right picture for somebody who needs to take the helm of power as far as the nation is concerned. And so we need to be wise as Kenyans and judge these people correctly by how much they are offering us, because we will judge you by, like the Bible says, by the multitude of your words, you shall be justified or you shall be condemned. So the more you speak, the more evidence you give us, and with that evidence we will use to judge you. Don't say that you are being victimized for nothing. You are giving us evidence, you are using the evidence you're offering us, and we are judging you. So, on the other hand, we need also to appreciate the fact that the days for impunity to prevail all the time, it's over. If somebody gets land and the land is acquired wrongly, and you think because you have connections, you will always find your way, now it is time for everybody to come to terms with the reality that impunity will not always carry the day. It doesn't matter which office you hold. If you acquired the land wrongly or you grabbed somebody's land, then the 40th day will arrive. And I think it's getting closer and closer as time goes by. On Mount Kenya Foundation, it's a right move to interrogate everybody that wants to be president. I don't agree with Osoro that they are posing themselves as the givers or the makers of who becomes president. It could be so, but or it will be perceived so, but I don't think that is their aim. I think they want to provide leadership to the mountain, and for them to provide leadership to the mountain, they need to listen to everybody and be able to make an informed decision, and also be able to convince the mountain on the direction the mountain should go based on what they stand to gain. not just rhetoric on the wherever political platform. So it is a good move, and it should be emulated. Only that the 10th and the 100th and the 1000th may not afford the plate of lunch to host that kind of meeting, but in our small way, in our own region, we should also be able to interrogate these matters rightly. The only place that we need to guard against is when we are sick, we are asking for a national office, but we are demanding for regional stake. Okay. Now, when national office is taken hostage by a particular region, what happens is that the nation suffers. So we must appreciate that as much as every region is unique and has its own unique needs and demands, on the national scale, the national office needs to look at the nation holistically and be able to address the issues holistically, not because they owe a favor to a particular region and they owe another favor to another region, and so the other regions will suffer because they did not owe them a favor. The office of the president is meant to be for national service, not regional gratification. And so as regional leaders, we, as much as we want to interrogate people, we must not lose sight that this is a national office, and the moment somebody becomes president, he has become president of the entire country. We should not hold him hostage and say we are the ones that voted for you, we are the ones that made you president, we are the ones that campaigned for you, we are the ones that sponsored your campaign, and so you need to give us special treatment, special favors. That is the roadmap of corruption which has held this nation where it is as at now. So I believe the people asking for national office should have a nerve to stand their ground and say that being in national office requires us to be nationalistic in every way. And so our service is not to any region, it is to all regions, those that sponsored you and those that did not sponsor you. As much as many people will say that whoever pays the piper calls the tune, we thank God for all that. But as at now, Kenya needs to move forward. We have served individual interests for too long. We have served regional interests for too long. We need to move forward as a nation for us to be able to sustain the quick rising population that is coming so fast. We will not manage that if we are feeding one region and depriving the rest. The development of the country needs to move very fast and uniformly, so that when you are in the coast, you don't miss Kenya. When you are in the northeastern, you don't miss Kenya. When you are in Nyanza, you don't miss Kenya. You are able to be free in the entire nation because the nation is well developed, the infrastructure is well done, and you can, enjoy doing business anywhere. The business of you going in a particular place, the roads are well done. Then you go to the next county, nothing has been done. And the reason is because they were in opposition and these ones were in the ruling party. That kind of leadership needs to be guarded against. So if the Mount Kenya Foundation is for the mountain without the rest of Kenya, then the agenda needs to be scrutinized and Kenyans need to raise certain questions. That does not support the aspect of the UDA movement of dismissing everybody because they are the only ones that can think, and they think that what they think is final. Everybody's opinion is important. The least and the greatest, all of them live together. I'm a Bible believer. He said the rich and the poor meet together. God is their creator. Okay, so we are all been created by God, and so whether we are rich or not, our being in Kenya is not supposed to be something we apologize for. It's supposed to be a right that we enjoy by reason of the responsibility we take. And so we have to demand right leadership and scrutinize the people asking for national leadership based on their utterances. If somebody cannot stand others and he wants a national office, that is a sure sign that he will not be able to carry everybody along. And so it is important that we do that. Oka team, they are trying. Let us give it to them. They are trying, but they have come in a little bit late, and they are really struggling. But I think I can see where they are headed. So, like Aboko put it, there's a bridal movement. They have gone for blessing, and they will perform well that bridal party escorting of those that are going to for inauguration. And since we are in the Azimio la Umoja, basi kila mmoja anakubalika aje tujenge nchi ambayo itafiti kila mmoja na tuwe Wakenya ambao tunafurahi kuwa Wakenya, sio kuvumilia kuwa Wakenya. Na hiyo inawezekana tu wakati ambapo kila mmoja wetu anawajibika. Kwa mfano sasa hivi tunajisajili kama wapiga kura. Wewe usiwe hapo unapiga kelele kwa mikutano ya siasa na huna kura, hujajisajili, alafu unasema unabadilisha Kenya. Ati unakwenda kuleta mtindo mpya wa economy. Utauleta vipi wakati wewe hujajiandikisha kama mpiga kura? So everybody needs to take responsibility. Any right you demand that you are not willing to take responsibility for, it is a trap you are enslaving yourself with. So as much as we want to have right leaders, we can only get them by voting them in, not by yelling, not by heckling, not by shouting, and not by even mobilizing. So we have to get serious about changing Kenya, and we will only do that by ensuring that we are properly registered voters. We have confirmed, those of you who registered long time ago, go and check. Your name may have been taken to Kilifi and you vote in Makadara, and then only for you to be surprised on that day. Your name is in Kilifi, you are in Makadara, the voting is closing by 6, your vote is lost. So don't sit pretty and say, I registered with Kivuitu, so I am safe. Kivuitu is dead. Go and find out whether he died with your registration or not. And with that, thank you very much. Let's get back and hear from Themba as we proceed. There is a question.
Can I ask you?
Okay. Penny, you have a question. Nelson yes, was... Okay, ask your question. Okay. Let's begin with Penny, then Nelson.
Okay, the question I would like to ask is about the Mount Kenya Foundation being keen on inviting UDA. Are there indications that they are likely to invite UDA, or what does that communicate? What does that show? Anyone can comment about it.
I wouldn't want to get into that because UDA has already dismissed them, okay? And I don't think they are willing to appear before them for very clear reasons, okay? If you are on this platform, you saw the kind of murmuring that came up that they gathered in Safari Park to attack one person and they have turned it into a slaughter place. So I don't think they will be willing to do that, although it would be a very good thing if they did go there. Okay. In my opinion.
Okay.
Nelson?
Hi, everyone. Mine was just a point of concern. Bernard took 45 minutes. People are not allocated 45 minutes on this platform. You must be a very special person. But anyway, you've answered my sister there. I wanted to tell her that UDA by themselves dismissed Mount Kenya Foundation. And they do not stand a chance even to see eye to eye. And you also have to know that even before their dismissal, the Mount Kenya Foundation are meeting these people, the likes of Raila and Oka, just simply because they have already sensed what is called phobia. They have this Rutophobia, which is even much more heavier than even the common mwananchi that Ruto is now. Unajua huyu jamaa anacheza hii mchezo yenye unajua ile mnyama yenye inakula kuku lakini inajificha kwa bush yenye iko karibu na boma, inakuja alafu inapanua matako yake hivi, quote and quote, kuku inakuja inaingiza kichwa alafu anafunga matako na kuku anakufia humo ndani na anaenda nayo. That is the game that UDA is playing, as Ruto to be specific, as being the party leader. Anyway, my point was I wanted to ask for an opportunity from Thema if he can accord me even just 10 minutes to do my contribution, then I just leave. I have an early morning tomorrow.
I can't give you. You have just said someone else shouldn't have a lot of time. You are looking for 10 minutes. 10 minutes is a lot.
Okay, 5.
In the interest of democracy, give him 5. And I didn't take
I'll
45.
summarize.
Nelson, you're not being generous.
I'll summarize. So Aboke has left, but Aboke has not left. Aboke is here. Aboke has talked. I heard Aboke talking. To begin with, before I revisit Aboke's statements, I want to say about Weston Hotel. The demolition of Weston Hotel is far much overdue. Very overdue, long overdue. Reason being, my simple reason being, I literally saw primary school pupils being tear gassed simply because a whole deputy president sitting in a cabinet secretary who should be the custodian of public wealth and public land simply decided to go out of his way and took a land belonging to a public primary school and decided even as well to use his powers and police officer to tear gas kids. Some fainted, were taken to the hospital. He never cared. So for me, that is the only reason as to why. It is not like, political or anything. And just but to rectify Bernard, I don't think that the Weston Hotel demolition is in any way related to the Pandora box, because Uhuru Kenyatta has been there before he was a president, and he is, for Christ's sake, the son of the first president of this nation, of which you can't tell me that the offshore accounts that we are being told today that they were not even there during his father's time. There could have been there. Who knew? Until we heard of the Pandora box, who knew that they had an offshore account? We didn't know. So what if they could have just left it lie? We could have not known up to now. So what am I saying? I'm saying all these people have offshore accounts. It's only that they don't want to say. Ruto has been saying that he has a very big chicken farm in Juba. Do you want to tell me he's rearing chicken in Juba and he doesn't have an account in Juba? Is that in Kenya or that is in Southern Sudan? How about Uganda, where he was blocked not to go to? How about other places? Raila Odinga has a plant of gas that is covering Eastern and Central Africa. Do you want to tell me that he's selling gas in Ethiopia and he doesn't have an account in Ethiopia? If Governor Obado had his son studying in Australia and he had an offshore account, EACC found, who is Mudavadi not to have? Someone who has been a whole vice president. Who is Kalonzo not to have? Who is Wetangula not to have? All these people, they do have. Now, Aboke used a term as, correct, as yani sisi, tu, as in English, tu in Kiswahili, sisi kwa Kiswahili pia. And I felt like, and I still feel, and I hold it, that I don't think that is the right term when you're using it to defend Raila, when you're using it to defend Ruto, when you're using it to defend any other big political wig. The term as should be rightfully used, Aboke, when you are fronting maybe a Bernard or Bethem or Nelson or yourself, because these people have been there even before you started coming on a Mutembe Live TV. These people have been there even before we started having political discussions. They have never talked about us. They will always talk about us in a podium to seduce us, to make us think that they are the people who are the best. If you read the book of Half a Day and Other Stories, Who Cares About the New Millennium, and then you go and read a book called Government by the Magic Spell, then you come back and summarize it with as a Kiswahili book of Mtemi Bokono and Mzalendo, Yule Mzalendo, you will get to know who these people are. So me, I think if you want to talk about Sisi, please let us talk about Sisi kama wa Kenya. What are we going to do to change the situation? If we are standing with Raila, what is Raila fronting that is giving us hope as young people? If we are fronting Ruto, what is he telling us that is giving us hope as young people? To be honest with you, bottom up, bottom, middle, what, cross center, does not make sense. What makes sense is a hope to the vulnerable young person in this country. Lakini usije ukasema sisi, when sisi literally means you are discrediting all that Ruto has said, which is okay, you have the right, and you are giving lifts all that Raila is saying, which is wrong, because you are just part, you know, an audience of what Raila is saying. You do not even know what Raila plans to do after he has told you and he has hoodwinked you and he has won your heart and your vote. Now, Mount Kenya Foundation, there is one question that we need to ask ourselves. One question: what is so special about Mount Kenya that when they are not feeling a candidate, or even if they do not have, not feeling a candidate per se, but that when they do not have a strong candidate to win, then they have to be looked at with more than 4 or 5 or 6 eyes? What is so unique about Mount Kenya that they have to treat themselves as the only region in this country that a lot of focus and attention should be drawn to? Why do we have to say that the Mount Kenya Foundation is the only foundation with influencers, sponsors, and financiers? Why can't we have a foundation in Luoland, a foundation in Kisii, a foundation in Weston that is similar with Mount Kenya Foundation? That is the question that a common mwananchi anafaa kujiuliza. Lakini mimi swali lile ambalo ningependa tujiulize sana ni nini haswa kiko Mount Kenya yenye haiko Coast, haiko Ukambani, haiko Nyanza, that makes them feel like they are the only privileged citizens of this country, such that any candidate should be having meetings with them on a weekly basis twice, and they have the rights za kutoa, conditions that we have to be given. That is the question that we need to ask. Until we get the answer to that question, then all other regions will be equal. On my 2 cents on the Oka, Bernard, I can see you are getting jittered. My 2 cents on Oka. Oka is nothing but Raila. Our ni ambassadors wa Raila. If you want to believe, or for me to, let me prove for you that they are ambassadors of Raila. During the unveiling of Gideon Moi Kanu, who was the chief guest? None other than Raila Amolo Odinga. He was invited to go give a speech. He was invited to go preside over that. What was the motive? And what happened? How did they flaunt him? Man Gidi stood the other side, together with Man Kalonzo. Then Man Musalia and Weta this side, and Raila was in the middle. What was the meaning of that? Political statements, my friend. And the most funny thing about Oka is one. Oka is a political affiliation with 5 principles today as we're speaking. Cyrus Jirongo being a KDE, number plate KDE, the newest principle in Oka. But what stands out is that Western, or Luya to be specific, has 3 principles in Oka. 3 principles in Oka. Don't forget that Atuoli is also a principle, an independent principle in Luyaland. Don't forget that Oparanya is also a principle in Luyaland. And then you want to come and tell me that Oka is so serious that Raila cannot win. They are the only people who have to produce a candidate. Give me a break. These are Raila Amolo Odinga's ambassadors. Those are my those are my contributions for tonight.
Thank you, Nelson. In Western, we were born to lead. Don't blame us now.
You have many leaders.
We led in the Tower of Babel. That is why God had to split us many times.
So Bernard Pole, just 30 seconds on Ruto's presidential candidature. I keep on saying that Ruto Ruto as a person, leave alone what he says. Ruto as a person, he is a good, formidable candidate. The problem with Ruto is his behavior, the utterances, and the people who surrounds him makes him he's not a unifying factor. And a head of a state should be somebody with whom, if I see Bernard, I know that even in the absentia of Mutembei, there will be a very fair ground and I will be treated equally in this forum. That is what Ruto should be. Ruto hafai kuwa mtu mwenye akisimama yeye zake ni wale watu matusi. He concentrates so much on wale watu. Of late, I think his policies and even campaign strategy is wale watu hawana mipango than even talking about his mipango. Mpango yake yenyewe hata Onsoro haezi eleza what a bottom-up approach is. Now, the people who surround him, how coincidental, let me ask you. We all know that one blogger, Edgar Obare, did an expose on wash business. And please, let us not mince our words. And by the way, Bernard, this thing of saying it, oh, let us mind our language, kama hawa watu wanalimana peke yao kwa podium mpaka ndani ya church, mbona sisi hapa tusiseme na sisi ndio hizi vitu zinatu affect? It is us young people who look upon these people and then we start thinking that they're making their money legitimately, yet they're just wash. Now, you tell me where Onsoro has ever been employed to get the kind of money that he has, because being an MP alone cannot give him that. You tell me where all these people, Don Bosco, tell me where all these people that are surrounding Ruto have ever been. Is there any mature person who is sound-minded? Because you can't say that Rigathi is sound-minded. Rigathi Gachagua is somebody who is very much sick with the disease called Raila Odinga, followed by Chumbu, followed by Kangata. Kangata is even having epilepsy of Raila Odinga. So I'm not saying that I'm a strong supporter of Raila Odinga, but why is it that all Kalenjin, not to be tribal sensitive, but why is it that all Kalenjin leaders and everyone who is next to Ruto thinks that they're the only people who knows God, and they're the only people who knows when to pray, they're the only people who knows Bible verses, and they're the only people who should be quoting those Bible verses?
Okay, thank you. I hope there's no question. Let's
no question. Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard.
Yeah, I would like to briefly maybe highlight on a question that Nelson was asking. He was saying that what is it that the Mount Kenya Foundation have, or rather the Mount Kenya have, that they keep having ownership of this process of being able to like be on top of the vetting. Yeah.
Go ahead in 30 seconds also. Okay.
So one thing I would like to tell you, Nelson, is that we have to appreciate the fact that Mount Kenya is very rich in terms of votes, and their numbers range. Politics is all about numbers, and we are talking about between 5.8 to 8 million votes. So you do not expect such a region to support a presidential candidate with such an enormous amount of votes and not place demands on the numbers. So I think for them, numbers really work well for them. And the other thing that we need to appreciate is the fact that Mount Kenya contributes around 60% of our GDP. So you do not expect that anyone coming into leadership would just have a free ride. They have to protect their interests, their companies, their industries, and stuff like that. So I think that's why Mount Kenya comes out as a very unique, place. That is why they place such influence on their.
Thank you. So thank you for highlighting this too. My question was so sweet. Like, we need to ask ourselves these questions, and the earlier we have the answers, the better. Now, let me just interact a little bit. Rich votes 5.8 to 8 million votes. Do you want to tell me that a region with 5.8 to 8 million votes should have a control over the rest other 7 regions that could be having more than even 20 or 30 million votes if they decide to vote to register all? No, they should not. That is number one. Number two, what happened? At what point did Mount Kenya get a leeway of contributing 60% of GDP of this country? What happened? How? That is the question we also need to answer. We need to be at par. We should not be like it. We are the children of lesser God. We do not. We cannot even contribute 20% of our GDP. You know, Mount Kenya has 60%. We need to give them attention. We need to go to them. We need to have these other regions also coming at par. Now, to answer you, it is because you have enjoyed privileges ever since from independence up to now.
Bernard.
Yes, Temba.
Can I respond as I give my submission? Because I realize if I keep quiet here, I won't talk.
Yes.
I have a question. We have a question, Baba.
Hold on, everybody. Order.
Just a
We
correction,
were very
kidogo
well
tu.
until we began to ask questions. Now let's have some order. Nelson, finish your sentence. Then we go straight to Temba. I think we reserve community. Who there is community and who have questions.
Yes.
Hey, everybody seems to have a question. I want us to make progress. Can you hold your question back first, so that we don't let Nelson be the only one speaking on this platform. Tutaanza kupigwa tu mawe sahi. But not that we have anything against Nelson. He's a very important contributor on this platform, and a bright young man that we see leadership in him. And one of these fine days will front him for the presidency of this platform. Thereafter, that one of Kenya. Okay. So Themba, Nelson, finish your sentence, then Themba take over, please.
Okay, my statement is actually coming to an end. My father named me after Nelson Mandela. I was born in 1990. Nelson Mandela believed in one spirit, Ubuntu. You are because I am. I am because you are. And having said those statements, I am just simply trying to say that we should not be saying that Mount Kenya is comfortably sitting on a 60% contribution of our GDP. Yet other regions, I come from a region which is even much more fertile than very many parts of Mount Kenya. Migori County is very fertile, evergreen. Why do you think we can't be in a position to be empowered, to be facilitated, to have these resources that they have, that we don't have in Migori, to be in a position to even contribute even 15% of GDP? If Migori can give 15%, Homa Bay will give 10%, Siaya will give 8%, Kisumu will give 10%. Do you think Mount Kenya will be comfortably sitting on 60% of GDP? No. What is it that they had? What is it that they were given by the past regimes? When did they make this 60% of GDP? That is what we need to answer. And answering that simply means we treat all dogs equal. Thank you.
The point is at home. Please, let's move on. Themba.
Okay, I thank you, Nelson. I hope you, I like your submission. And probably just to add a comment, there are very fundamental questions that you're raising, but also you need to appreciate that in the village, when there's a beautiful girl who is courted by many people because she's beautiful and she's reached that age, that the marriageable age, the desire by the suitors to pursue her does not in any way disadvantage others who could also be beautiful. So it's not her problem that she's beautiful. And her being beautiful does not make others ugly. All right. So the rest probably who are looking at her ought to say, what is it that we can do so that we can also be seen like her. So what I'm trying to mean is Mount Kenya has started. I mean, they are assertive. You know, your friend being assertive and knowing what they want does not necessarily mean that you shouldn't know what you want and ask for it. All right. So Mount Kenya is doing what they know is right. And that is all about politics. Politics, as you may know, is about resources, who owns it and who distributes it. So if you learn to ask for what is yours, it does not necessarily mean that others shouldn't. We haven't heard a foundation from let's say Weston or even Coast. Where are they? Where are they? You want to tell me there are no billionaires in Coast? There are no billionaires in Nyanza? There are. There are, and indeed some of them are in. You know, they own businesses with those Mount Kenya billionaires, right? So it is not the idea that Mount Kenya have disadvantaged others. No, it is those others who haven't come together. And in my view, I think that's a good conversation. It is at this place in any political regime, anywhere you go around the world. Different in South Africa, there's COSATU. I think COSATU, you know, where even unions come together to negotiate with those people who are going to be in power. In the US, there's NAACP. That's a black, coalition coming together and saying, whom do we negotiate with? There's coalition for Spaniards. They come together, the Latinos, you know. So it is not a wrong thing. I would want to see more people having breakfast with those people, to the extent that we even have the Union of Teachers, NATS. You have so many teachers in the country. Why don't they come together and say, we want to have a conversation with someone who is going to have a policy that's going to advantage us as teachers? We need to see more organized groups coming together to interview these people who are going to come to power. When you say that, I don't think it's a Mount Kenya thing. It's a conversation that, and that's why, for some reason, I would want to say that, sorry about that. I want to say that when Moses Kuria woke up and said that we need 40%, he wasn't supposed to be vilified. He had created a conversation. Why don't you go down and say, okay, fine, are we organized enough to also demand that we want to see Mount Kenya having, you know, one thing I like that has happened, Raila, before going to meet the Mount Kenya MKF, I started from that because you said you want to go, and that's the point I wanted to say. He went round. He took Azimio la Umoja in Nyanza. He took Azimio la Umoja he's having a conversation with target groups, you know, down there. Azimio la Umoja in Coast. Then he's coming to Azimio la Umoja and he's talking to this Mount Kenya. That means he's starting from everywhere, having a conversation. Now tell me, when did we have Mudavadi meeting business community in Western somewhere? When did we have, say, Kalonzo Musyoka meeting people from, the lower Eastern in a place, discussing with them what he's going to give to them? When did we have, Gideon Moy with the people from Rift Valley, him sitting with them and telling them, this is what I'm going to bring for you? So we shouldn't vilify Mount Kenya Foundation. They are looking for their interest. That's okay. You need also other groups. I would want to see a situation where youths are sitting together and having a conversation with those leaders, all of them. Bring them at a sitting and ask them, okay, tell us, not going to attend rallies, being paid a little money, and then you put on a t-shirt and then you start shouting. No. If these people, billionaires, can sit and their interests be addressed, why can't you call them for a sitting, interview them, ask them questions? That is the way to go. That is where now we are interrogating our leaders. We are looking at the policy. We are asking them, this is where you are, this is where you are, where are you taking us? Someone said, you don't sell to us hope. Sell to us actuals. Where have you been? What's your track record? So let me move on again to my presentation. As I say that, that was about Oka. I think I'm done with Oka, and maybe as I finish in the issue of Oka, I was impressed. I've never read that Mudavadi was part of the coup. So that was an interesting interesting addition today, and for me, I found that very very interesting. That for a certain reason now, Baba is not the only one who might have been taken to attempt to so someone else among the presidential candidates is going to be added into the name of coup plotters. So I think that was an interesting addition. So I'm still trying to to come to terms with that. The Weston thing. Number one, Weston land, I mean where it sits, was CAA land, bought by Priority Limited. Then Weston buys it from Priority, according to our Deputy President William Samoei Arap Ruto. So he says in his own interview with BBC that Weston acquired that land from Priority Limited, who had acquired it illegally. What is the process of buying land from someone? You at your position, I'm sure you will have not only Ruto has been in politics for a very long time. He will have mechanism. If he had the will to know whose land this belonged to, he would have put that mechanism. So what could have happened that he was able to acquire land that was acquired legally from KCAA and still construct a hotel? And then now, after the court has found that it was acquired illegally, now they want to negotiate with National Land Commission to refund National Land Commission land. I mean, money. Where is that? Okay, it shows us something about him, that he doesn't follow due process, because it's not the first time that the court has found him culpable. Moteshi's land, he claimed the same. KCA land is claiming the same. Innocence. So there's something that is now coming out as a pattern, that we have someone who does not imply or employ due diligence when he's contracting any particular business. If you're going to make an investment worth Weston, you need to put in due diligence. So he doesn't put due diligence. In purchasing 100 acres of land, you are not putting due diligence. You are coming in to purchase a place where you're putting an investment worth of Weston. You have not put in due diligence. What kind of a leader are we going to have? So those are question marks. For me, those are areas that I want to ask. I don't know if it should be demolished. I think in a situation, the government can take it and put it into public use, because it is public land. Put it into public use. They can go sort themselves out, Priority Limited and Weston. But as far as the public is concerned, the land should be taken. No giving back money to anybody, because that will be us trying to encourage that what you do. Probably the conversation was, you don't worry, when I take it, once I have already built that thing, when they take it there, we'll come and negotiate, then I will pay them. If they are going to pay, then it should be calculated into the interest from the time they built that thing up to today, and the cost of land up to today. That is submission on that. Second, Ruto agenda. I don't think Ruto's submissions have always been wale watu wengine wanatafuta vyeo na mamlaka. What is he looking for? A deputy president ni cheo. Mamlaka ni hizo gari zinamfuata huko, anakaa kwa deputy president's residence, amekaa hapo, hiyo ni mamlaka given by the constitution. You don't go there and unaitafuta peke yako. Ni constitution na kupatia cheo, na inasema the president will be the commander in chief. He is looking to be the commander in chief of Kenya. He is looking to be the president, cheo. So if you're looking to be cheo, if he doesn't want cheo na ataki mamlaka, then he should move out of the race. Go and start a chama. They have a nice thing called Hustler Foundation. You don't need anybody. Haina cheo, haina mamlaka. But telling us that the other people are looking for mamlaka or wanatafuta vyeo, that is being dishonest. Kenya haina wajinga. He keeps on saying that. Hakuna wajinga walisha Kenya. He is looking for a cheo. He is looking to be the president. Let's say people are running for marathon. Everybody is looking to be number one. Everybody is looking to cross the line the first. Even Ruto himself is looking to cross the line the first. So this thing was trying to tell us how wengine wanatafuta kuni-block. Nobody is blocking you. Whoever is with him should tell him that nobody is blocking him. He is out there to look for cheo, and everybody is out there to look for cheo. And so hata yeye anatafuta cheo. Kama atafuti cheo na mamlaka, atuondokee, we know that he is not in the race. Tuachwe na wale watu ambao wanatafuta vyeo na mamlaka. That is why he will come with his cabinet, he will come with, and all those people. Juzi wamebadilishiwa tu few whatever, security, kubadilishwa tu. It was kelele all over kwa sababu ya mamlaka. So if you don't want, if it was not about mamlaka, he wouldn't be there. Angetoka sasa, angekuwa amesha resign. Ni hiyo mamlaka ndiye anataka. Akienda mahali anasema I'm still the deputy president. Why? Mamlaka na cheo. So we want people who are looking for mamlaka na cheo kwa sababu the presidency ni cheo. Being the CIC ni mamlaka. So if you're not interested in that, get out. Running the government and running the state of Kenya, it is a cheo. It comes in with constitutionally provided protection. If you don't want that and you're not ready for it, Kenya is not a welfare society. Kenya is a country run by a president, elected at the ballot and run by the constitution. If you're not ready for that, toa jam. Finally, watu wa UDA, when Duale was the majority leader, they passed 8% increase in tax, VAT. That is what is hurting us right now. Duale was the majority leader. Okay? So they passed the security laws. That is hurting Kenyans right now. Hao wenyewe hizo zinawauma. So they are the ones who created the problem that is facing Kenya right now. They ran away. They have the numbers, 150 MPs. If you have 150 MPs, what is making you not go back to parliament and changing the things? Defeating the bills that you think are not right and passing and pushing for the one that you think are okay. So this dishonesty and hypocrisy that we find in people, the Tanga people, I don't think is right. Kenyans are not stupid. Kenyans are not foolish. Kenyans are educated. Kenyans are open, they learn. We are watching you. You'll make noise. You'll want to tell us, oh, Sudi, we are going to make you any better. No, we are watching. We are watching. And this time round, it will not be easy. Now, the Tanga people have been around for 4 years. Now, saizi, tumeanza negotiation. It will not be easy. It will not be normal, usual. Finally, I think, and I submit that as a country, as we move towards election, the most important people that we need to look at very keenly is the MCA, the MP, and the governor. We need to be very, very careful of the people that we choose at our local level, because that's where we feel the development. You can't be making noise about wheelbarrow, yet the MCA and the MP in your village has not brought a road for you, has not brought schools for you. If we are going to make any changes with our vote, we need to interrogate, know your MCA, know your MP. Have they made changes? Have they brought any development? If they haven't, it is time for you to change them by the ballot. I think I'll stop there for now, and I take it back to Bernard.
Bernard. Okay. Thank you, Themba. And there is a heated exchange on the comments. Ruben, where is Ruben? I thought he was here. He's suggesting that we turn this channel into ODM TV. And I just want to clear that. We don't vet the people that come on the screen. You enter the studio voluntarily and everybody is free. We are putting the link on the open. So we are not here to say that before you speak, we want to know whether you are UDA or you are ODM or you are others. We come here as free Kenyans to express our opinion on the current affairs. So don't fight yourself out there. And then mind your language. Kusema watu hawana akili, ukitumia akili yako, basi njoo studio tuambie akili yako vile ilivyo, then tutakujibu kulingana na maswali yako. Usikae huko kando alafu unaanza kurusharusha maneno hapa. This is Mtembei TV. Mtembei is an individual name. Iko kwa ID. So huwezi kubadilisha ID ya mtu kwa sababu upendi kile kinachosemwa. Kama unapinga njoo hapa ukakipinge wazi wazi, Wakenya wajue kwa nini una support kile ambacho una support. Thank you. There was a special request from client 123 something 7. Ameenda mayuko. Okay. Dennis. So hold on. I want to break the rules small. Dennis had a special request to submit. I think it's rushing somewhere. So Dennis, you go first. Then from there we go back to the queue. We'll have. I'm not seeing these names clearly, but I'll get there.
Bernard.
Yes.
Hao watu navukisha queue na bado wako hapa. Nelson alisema nipatie 10 minutes na ndio huyu.
Hapana jali, kama supu iko tamu, wewe unataka watu waache mezani.
His contribution was good and quite informative.
So, after Dennis, we'll have community. Mkono wako imekaa juu sana. Kuna nini?
Wacha Dennis kwanza a contribute.
Sawa, wewe tulia, wewe ni mwenyeji wa hapa. Wewe kwanza tunapaswa kufunga milango wageni wakienda. So tulia hapo tunakujia. So from Dennis we'll go to Rashford, and then there was this other guy, Patriot, and then community. Dennis, unmute, then speak up. Sorry, Dennis, we can't hear you. We can't hear you, although you are unmuted. I suggest you drop out and come back so that you sort out your sound problem. Yeah, drop out first, and then you come back to the studio. Make sure that you test your sound before you get added. Thank you. Then we go straight to, where has Rashford gone to? Oh, he's here. Rashford, go ahead.
Okay, Bernard, good evening.
Good evening to you. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Asante sana. I've been away for some time. Okay, I think according to today's topic, okay, let me just start by that one of Weston Hotel. I think for me, okay, at personal level, Weston Hotel is just, I think it is a matter that is still in the court. And it has not been, okay, according to my understanding, I don't know whether there's justification to show that the court has just ruled that the land is this and this and this. I think there was some issues going on. So, and I do understand these social media guys, you find somebody posting say that today there's itapomolewa maji, but that was just political issues. In fact, even me, I didn't even follow it up, but I realized those were just people who are just hawana mwelekeo to say so. Again, me, I'm very brief. For Oka guys, I think those guys are confused because at the moment it is like NASA. It is like NASA because the day nilishangaa hata kuona Jirongo kwanza sasa analeta nini kwa meza, and as we speak at the moment everybody is saying that I want to be a president. I think those are jokers, and Mount Kenya, those guys of Mount Kenya angeachana tu na hao watu. They are just wasting their time instead of moving ahead to look for serious guys. Mudavadi, I don't know. Mudavadi ako tu sawa. He's very super guy. But the problem now is sijui ana strategist ama nini. But the likes of Gideon Moi, the likes of Wetangula, the likes of Chirongo, those are the confused guys. And as someone has said that walifika ikiwa sijui blessing has been over to Raila, it is true. Those of Mount Kenya mafia sama nani, they want Raila Amolo Odinga, but the ground itself want William Ruto. So these just are two horse race, or if there is a third force ni Mudavadi. Mi sioni hao watu wengine. Then also see niliona jamaa mwingine, is it Themba. Is Themba in ama shatoka? Wanted to say something about
Just
Themba.
give your submission. He's following, even if he's not in
Following.
Sudi.
Okay, to Themba is just talking about bitterness. You know, when you are in platform like this, you just give out your view. Even me, at the moment I don't say that I'm in this, but we are just giving overview. We are just youths, and you know when we talk about someone put away, seems good. Okay, thank you very much.
I would have wanted to interrogate that aspect of bitterness, but Themba himself is here. So Themba,
allow me to respond to that.
explain yourself. Who are you bitter with?
I ain't bitter with no one. I think I address myself to issues. So I mean, if I would be bitter, I would be bitter for. Yeah,
Themba,
go ahead. Yeah.
Themba, you say Deputy President is talking about the position or what. I think according to me, what the Deputy President meant was that we can just leave out the issue of changing constitution for the post, then we just address the issue at the moment. Because when you say that, when he talks about position, even you yourself, you know that BBI itself, it was all about positions. Because if those submissions that we had in BBI,
No, wait. If you listen to me, I was very clear and categorical, and I would repeat that again. He's been saying that the other people wanatafuta positions.
And it is very true. It is very true because
good. Yeah, you agree with that. So there's nothing emotional about that, and therefore I was challenging that notion that even him, because Mudavadi wants to be president,
exactly.
Kalonzo wants to be president, Gideon Moi wants to be president, Ruto wants to be president. That's a position.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Good. So if he is not looking, my point was, if you listen to me, forget about BBI, because you and I know that the courts have ruled and have pronounced themselves on that. So continuously taking us back to BBI, as if we are not aware that the BBI is actually out of question right now, is treating us, in my view, as fools. Secondly, they are all looking for position. He too is looking for a position, the president. So there's nothing emotional about that. It's a point, and if you disagree with that, it's okay. I mean, you've got a right to disagree with that particular position. Yeah, but for me, I submit, and I still do submit, that if he is not interested in a position called the president, then he needs to step aside and allow those who are interested in the position of the president. And it comes with state power, it comes with protection, it comes with security, and it comes with immunity for prosecution. If he's not interested in that, then he should step aside and allow those interested to proceed on.
Okay, okay.
Temba, let me help you. Rashford, you know, Bernard, you know, Rashford is suffering from one thing.
Just hold on, Nelson. Ngoja kwanza, Nelson.
Kidogo
Ukianza kwenda hivyo sasa ndio tunanini. I want us to make progress. So let Rashford respond to what Themba has said, and then from there we can proceed.
Ningependa respond mpaka kwangu.
Uko na swali Nelson? Ni swali ama ni
Okay, basi tumalizane basi Themba kwanza.
Okay, sawa Rashford. Wacha Rashford respond when Nelson tulia.
Themba, I can agree to Themba. You know, politicians are politicians, and several people can just come out with slogans. For today, I can say that mi sitaki msichana, but in the real sense nataka yeye. So that is politics. No. So hata ukiona akisema kwamba at yours, these people are looking for position or what. No, that's all about politics.
So you agree with me?
But in the real sense,
we can do
it. We are together now. We are together.
I don't. That is what I'm saying.
Okay, let me tell you.
Tulia, Themba. Oh, Rashford is gone. Okay. Hey. Sawa. I think if I'm allowed to say something about the DP's position on presidency, in my opinion, he thinks should be his reserve. It should not be open to everybody. Let every other person look for any other position, but the president should be reserved for him. He was promised it for once, and then he helped somebody become president, so that entitles him to it. Achiwe. Hiyo ni position yake. Wengine wasiingilie. That's what I can deduce from that. And in my opinion, that makes him not democratic. All the same, Dennis is back. Dennis, are you sorted? Oh God, Dennis, you still have a challenge, huh?
Bernard.
Yes, Nelson.
Okay. Themba, after this now you won't see me. Rashford is suffering from one thing. Rashford is suffering from one thing. You know, not once, not twice, we have seen people who should not be taking things personal take things personal from the political arena. And it builds on the emotions and corrosions that are not very healthy for us as a country and for our environment, so far as growth, unity, and political engagements are concerned. Our dear Deputy President has been on the lead for that, and he has been hoping to jump and even benefit from this thing called sympathy syndrome. Hii ugonjwa ndio na feel, because if you had Rashford talking first when he was asking whether Themba is there, he was sounding like somebody wanted to cry. So Rashford is simply maybe trying to, you know, take things personal for no good reason. And I would tell you for sure that msichana wa Ruto ni ambassador Rashford, na wewe tuko na wewe hapa Mutembei, tunachanga maoni yetu kuhusu haya maneno yenye yanatuthiri na yanatuathirika, like, you know, they are affecting us. I don't know Kiswahili well, but msichana wa Ruto ni ambassador huko, I don't know which country is that. The other one is a lawyer in a very big law firm. Himself is selling chicken and eggs worth 1.5 million per day. And that is the problem, that we need to realize that we are not them, we are us, and we need to be as us and not as them. Don't take their fight too personal. Don't take, you know, if there is one thing that I like about Raila Odinga is one. Mzee hana, yani amefika kiwango kingine kenye mpaka wafuasi wake amewafunza do not take these things too serious and too personal with my opponent, because tomorrow I might wake up and then a handshake is there, na wewe hujasalimiana na mama Shiro na mama
What? Who is talking now?
He went off. He went off.
All of us
Are
went
we
off.
okay? I think Nelson is amekwamisha net. Pointi
Yes,
yake
it's
imekuwa
Nelson.
mzito sana mpaka net imeogopa. Now, I think we'll get him when he comes back. Still giving amnesty to Dennis.
Yes, can you get me right now?
Hey, there you are. Now go ahead.
Thank you very much. Number one, I want to agree with Nthemba over various points that he said. Nthemba, you are a very, very smart political student. Whatever we should look at right now as Kenyans is that if you elect a wrong governor for the first governors, I can say most pioneer governors have gone for the 10 years. That is 47 billionaires that we have created per county. Everything is devolved. In fact, even corruption. So if your governor did nothing for the first 10 years, my friend, your county is going to be 20 years behind by the time the year 2032 reaches. I hope we all agree there. Number two, look at the MCA. The MCA is even more significant than the MP. The MP deals with the primary schools, security. Mostly those are the things that are under the MPs. Yeah? So be very, very careful. Whoever you elect as your governor and your MCA. On the Weston Hotel, this is where I start disagreeing with other points that were said. Number one, the government is not going to pay for someone's errors. This is the time that we as a nation, we should call corruption by its name. Hold it by its tail and coil it once and for all. For instance, this is it. You've all read about the story of Tekayo. If not, some of you have read, yeah? Tekayo is this Sudanese guy who was left with his grandchildren. And there's a day when he went hunting, he spotted an eagle, hit the eagle because the eagle was carrying some meat. Then it happened that this part was the liver. Now I'll cut the story short. It happened that this liver was so sweet that when Tekayo tasted it, it was so sweet. He tried killing all forbidden animals so that he could live and get back the taste of that liver. Once, to cut the long story short, this was the liver of a human being. Now, it happened that Tekayo noted it when one day he killed his own grandchild. This is corruption, yeah? Corruption is that sweet that once you taste it, there's no reverting back. So Tekayo had to kill the grandchildren. I'm so sorry. Somebody was complaining that in this forum, Mutembei TV, people are castigating one opponent, one political faction. I'm sorry to say. But let me hold. From wherever I come from, I happen to come from where Nelson comes from, and that is Migori County. In our area, our society has been taught in such a way that thieves are never appreciated. And if you want to know that we never appreciate thieves, every time that Kidero is always rearranged to court, you'll never see nobody, not even an MP from South Nyanza, not even an MCA supporting any act of corruption. That things that we have to get right. The government cannot buy a stolen property, and Nthemba is even giving amnesty by saying that we should count the price of that land and everything and how it has appreciated from all that time. That is utter nonsense. Let us raise it to the ground to serve as an example to others. This is how it has worked. In Singapore, you mention corruption. If you're mentioned in a corruption scandal in Singapore, you know that you are dead. Be it drug dealing, be it anything that is corruption related. Same to China. China is a country of a few billionaires. There are around 80. But if you're mentioned in any corruption saga, China will deal with you properly. And they should. We always say, if we had a good government, we should have a moral cop. The moral cop just in charge of corruption, whereby just shoot one. You see, if I were to deal with the problem of drug addiction in Kenya, let me say, Nyali to be specific, you only have to take one heroin addict and you put him in isolation. After 48 hours, this heroin addict will mention whoever is the peddler. I hope you are getting me, you guys. This is how we should deal with corruption. We only take one to serve as an example. If one is shot, and I know we are in a democratic country and we are liberal, but we have to deal with corruption as early as the way Singapore did. I can't believe that at one time we were above Singapore. And right now, a city-state, just say a place like Mombasa that has emerged and become a state of its own, can now be richer than Kenya, the way Singapore is richer than Malaysia. Singapore was almost part of Malaysia as a country. That said, I know, I agree with, I also want to talk about the GDP. We were talking about Mount Kenya contributing 60% of the GDP. Somehow it can be right. I want to agree with, Mount Kenya does not include only one ethnic group. Yeah, Mount Kenya includes Meru, it includes Embu, it includes even to some extent Akamba, if I'm not wrong, yeah? Because they were all Gema communities. If that is true, yes, it can be right, they contribute to around 50. Let us be fair, 50. Why? In our country, we have billionaires. And by the way, Herman Mananyora says, Kenya's economy is too small for us to have billionaires. So anybody who is a billionaire, be it Raila, I know Raila is a billionaire, be it Mudavadi, I know he's a billionaire, be it the 47 governors who are now billionaires. We've developed corruption. That is us, Kenya. All of them are corrupt. An economy where we are budgeting with 3 trillion, and you want to tell me that we have 100 billionaires, then there's something that is very, very wrong with our economy. Now that aside, let me say this. Among the, if you say that the GDP, 60% of it comes from central, it can, I've said it is around 50. Why? Let us look at the economic zones of Kenya. If you look at the coastal province as a whole, only coast, let me know, not coast as a whole. Let me give you from Kilifi, Mombasa, and Kwale. Those are the 3 main ones. I looked at the revenue regeneration and how it was published in for the last year, 2020. I was surprised that for the first time, even Migori County beat Kisii County. There is a perception that the Luo Nyanza counties are a bit poor. That is a perception that has been placed. Kakamega County had 500 and something collection. Kakamega County was even better. It was in the Lake Region block. It is Kakamega that was second after Kisumu. Yeah? Then Migori, then, no. The Kakamega, Bungoma, then Migori. I also saw the ones that were coming from Central Province. The latter. Kiambu County is rich. It's rich, but Mombasa County is a bit richer than Kiambu County. If you look at it that way, you will find that there is no notion that 60% of the GDP can come from Central. Remember, there is Narok. Narok has Masai Mara, which is a game reserve, meaning it belongs, all the revenue goes back to Narok. Narok has the wheat and agriculture. You want to tell me that Narok is not contributing to the GDP? Next, let us go to the coast province. Tourism is the second backbone of Kenya after agriculture. Mombasa has no crops, but tourism there, my friend. So there's, and you know that the Arabs, most of them invest in Dubai. I'm sorry to say. And they mostly invest in Arab countries. So the monetary value that is there in Mombasa, the Mombasa region and the coastal region cannot be undermined. Remember, Nairobi is a metropolis. So I'm saddened by this fact that people always say that 60% of the GDP can come from one perceived region. Yes, it can come, but I know it's around 50%, if I'm to be vindicated, that comes from that region. I'm almost completing, Brother
Please,
Mutembei.
in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah. The last
Hurry up.
one is about Oka. I saw Oka today meeting with the Mount Kenya. Again, I go back to the GDPs and everything, economics. During Raila's meeting, did you see that he introduced people like, there's this guy, Sami Wakiaga. There are very various people that he mentioned there, isn't it? They're all billionaires. They're all, and by the way, let me tell you a secret today. Almost 60% of the billionaires that come from around Nyanza are from Homa Bay County, and some of them Migori County. It happens that way. We don't know how it happens. But they were mentioned. I was waiting for the people of Oka to go with their agenda, their own billionaires, to go and meet these billionaires from Mount Kenya. To an extent, I was very disappointed. What were they discussing? It's about politics, about who gets what, when, and how resources are going to be divided. Then Oka goes, Kalonzo Musyoka does not even carry 1 billionaire or even 1 millionaire, sorry to say. Same to Gideon, same to Mudavadi, same to Jirongo, same to everybody. I was surprised. So the Mount Kenya, let us give credit where it's due. These guys are true to their agenda. They want to get the economics. And thank you, our brothers from Mount Kenya. Hold on the economy. Continue holding on. If other regions are sleeping, that's where they'll fall short. I was expecting even at least a billionaire. None of them, not even a businessman, not even a radio seller, was told to go to that Oka meeting today. But at least I was surprised, at least, and there are things to carry. There are even billionaires from Kisii regions that you'll see that Raila, as nowadays, is more concerned about the economic aspect of politics. Now, let us also be very careful. And Mount Kenya, I give you credit where it's due. Please take care of resources and be sure if you elect a wrong governor, your county will be backwards for another 10 years. I'm sorry, Homa Bay. Please elect a good governor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. That was very elaborate. And I wouldn't want to dive into more of the same. We go straight to Patriot, then Community, and then Musa has just come in. Patriot, what says thou?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Good morning, Kenyans. I am happy to be on this.
Good morning to you, Karibu.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm happy to be on this platform again today. I still want to begin from where I began the other day. You guys are doing a great job. And I am happy to be associated with this platform where we are sharing views, ideas on how to take Kenya forward. I'll start from the latter, from what my brother was speaking about, Mount Kenya Foundation. Mount Kenya Foundation is a serious entity for anybody who wants to become the next president, for obvious reasons. The economic tools of trade are highly anchored with the entity Mount Kenya Foundation. And this is for a very obvious reason. Mount Kenya Foundation comprises of individuals who come from Central, and more particularly Kikuyu Nation. And when we talk about this, we have to dive deeper to give the true meaning of a Mount Kenya billionaire who is a member of the foundation. It's not just being a billionaire. It's not just an issue of bringing a counter reaction because billionaires are coming from Mount Kenya. You also bring your billionaires from let's say Rift Valley or Nyanza. There is a serious meaning that goes with the billionaire foundation club of Mount Kenya. So mainly here, I just want to touch it because there's a lot of areas that I want to mention. Let me just say that clearly you need to know that Mount Kenya, what makes them a very unique block as a foundation of billionaires is that the tools of trade, as far as the economic, advantages of blocks in this country is concerned, they have that advantage, which the rest of the Kenya don't have. And this goes back, way back to history, where, the country was born, who was the first president, what was he able to do to the Mount Kenya region vis-a-vis the other regions. That's an historical thing, in my view. So do we take advantage of the historical advantage that is anchored in the Mount Kenya Foundation for tomorrow's leadership? The answer is yes. Anybody who is able to identify that, in my view, that is somebody who has a vision for this country. The next thing I wanted to mention very quickly is the issue of Weston. I want to take a neutral position as far as Weston Hotel is concerned, unfortunately today. I do not support the deputy president as a person, and I'll be very honest, I have no room for me voting him in the next election. But I want to be credible in the way I present my views, and I want to be as neutral as possible. The issue of Weston Hotel is a bigger story than the way we know it. There's a lot there, and I think we may not get to the factual position on what Weston Hotel stands for today, as far as the current regime, the kind of partnership URP and the president's party had before they formed the government. There are a lot of underlying dealings that relates to this hotel. So in my view, we are only traded to like what do I say? Nutshell. We are not really dealing with the core value of what this is all about. And if you're to ask me, from my position, I don't think that Weston Hotel will ever be demolished. I reserve my comment on that because it overlaps a lot of things relating to how the current government was formed. And that is from my personal understanding. But generally, the thing I'll say about Weston Hotel is this. There are a lot of people who have taken public land for personal development. It has happened either with their ignorance or with knowledge. So that be it as it may, what do we do when a development has already been put on a land that was acquired illegally? There should be a lot of bylaws, either within the jurisdiction of the hotel or, the country's polarization. How do we look at the tomorrow's future as a united country? That's where handshakes come in, That's where protagonists agree to share some things for the interests of the other. So it is a bigger story, in my view. So I might not really pronounce myself to say, let it go down, or let it stay. I think that's a matter of leadership to look into that. The hotel gives revenue to the country today. There is collection of revenue that comes from.
Patrick,
No.
you have mute
Temba,
yourself.
may I weigh in?
Okay. Am I back? Am I back?
Yes, you are back.
Yes.
Dennis and WG, just hold on. You will respond.
Okay.
Carry on, Patriot.
Yeah, so what I was saying is this. The current situation of Weston Hotel in itself, it is part of the entity that defines the economy of today, as we are speaking. We have people who finish from, Tali College. They're employed at Weston Hotel. They didn't have work. They're working there. They are paying tax. They have people they are supporting as families. What I'm trying to say is this: when an evil or an atrocity has happened in generations that we are living today, there must be some fairness and a bit of humane on how you solve the issue. That's what I'm simply trying to say. Because for sure, you might be surprised that the manager of Weston Hotel, he's Onyango, right? And he has a family. What happens to Onyango if you're going to demolish Weston Hotel today? I can see Dennis Okello is really burning, but let me finish the other part, the country battle.
But Patriot,
Yeah.
if we made that as a president, then
Yes, Bernard.
the people whose houses were demolished along Thika Highway,
yes,
they should be compensated. The people who had their land, wherever their houses along the southern bypass and the other bypasses,
yes,
they also need to be compensated because they had built their houses, they had invested in it, and the road needed to pass there.
Yes, Bernard. So my rebuttal to that, if I may clarify, Bernard. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
If I may clarify, what I'm standing to say here is this: I am not actually saying that all that we are putting in place as a mechanism of correcting corruption are the right mechanisms. You know, what you have said is correct. We have treated people wrongfully because we didn't do proper diligence to find out how do they acquire what they have. Some people have bought these parcels, the fifth as fifth owners, right? And you find that the system has given proper papers up to the fifth owner. I mean, excuse me, they were given, they paid for their revenue. There's that revenue that you pay as you buy these properties, and when you look at the paperwork, you find that the paperwork is correct. You are the fifth owner, for heaven's sake. You put all your money there. Don't you see there will be some element of excuse where you need to be compensated? For sure, Ben. But that's what I'm trying to say. So, and I'm not trying to say that everybody should acquire land so that we go out there and seek for compensation. That's true. And in my
Can I
place
say
where I sit
something,
from,
please?
and where I sit from, Bernard, I don't really stand for people
Patriot.
acquiring. Yes, yes, Bernard.
Patriot.
Who is speaking?
Hold
Please,
on, everybody. Please, let's have order.
Bernard,
Please.
protect me, Bernard. Bernard, protect me.
To ask a question.
Protect me, Bernard.
And Dennis, hold your horses. I'll give you
Dennis,
opportunity to ask question. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you, Bernard. Let's have some order. Let me finish and then they will rebuttal, please. So what I'm trying to say is, in the course of trying to solve a problem, you might be causing more problems. That's what I'm just trying to say. Let's be human on how we deal with our issues, because this is the way things happen. Now, the issue of Oka, in as far as the Mount Kenya Foundation is concerned, I want to state here categorically that our language as followers of Baba is very critical at this very moment. Yeah, sorry for that. We must mind our language, because having the Oka there, in my view, could be Baba's strategy. So you to preempt the strategy of Baba, in a way, be careful. You could be destroying the strategy of Baba. Some things must be properly put in place, especially in this public podium, with wisdom. And of course, if you ask me, Oka and Baba are one of the same thing. That if you start giving this out there to our perceived enemies, then you can imagine you are actually leaking the story. So that's what I would say. You will not be doing anything good to us as Baba followers. Mind your language. Don't start using the language the UDA are using. That's the only way we can teach them how to speak. Then the other thing that you need to do, in my view, let's have a few people who are very neutral the way I've come in, so that we encourage other fellas to come in. I'm not saying what you're saying is extreme. I'm just saying that allow people who can also give credit to the deputy president. For instance, let me give him some credit here. If I was the deputy president of this country, knowing that I come from a background where I don't have money, I'll fight to have money. For me, to be able to be formidable for the next election. And that is true be told. That is where I call the deputy president as a brilliant fella. And today we are speaking about the deputy president because of his money today. If we didn't have his money to dish out, if he was still a true hustler without the choppers, he will not be a subject matter here. So politically speaking, Ruto is a very smart politician who has learned from Baba, and he knew what he was lacking when he came into partnership
I
with
have
the deputy
issues
president.
with that.
Yeah, let me just finish, please. Let me just finish. So that does not
summarize, Patriot. You have 30
thank you.
seconds to Nini. We need to take care of this. This
I
on the edge.
I knew, Bernard, this will come, me taking this road. It's okay. Now, let me finish. What I'm saying is, let's have credit given to the person who deserves it. If I was a politician today and I actually support Baba, give me a position, I'll fight to get the money such that I fight with it as a tool for tomorrow's leadership. That's what I wanted to say. And I'm sorry, you've cut me. I've not finished what I wanted to say. And I've been here long enough, Bernard. Thank you. I hope I'll have questions, which I should be able to answer back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Patriot. Let's go straight to WG with your question, and then Dennis, both of you give your question, then Patriot responds at once to Songe kwa mtu mwingine. WG.
Weston, let me begin with Weston. I think Weston, the more it keeps on standing there, it keeps on reflecting that it is it comes up as the epitome of selective justice. The more it stands there, it reminds us how the government is feeling in corruption cases. Because I'm failing to understand why Weston would still remain there. Yet, at the opposite end, just near the roundabout, another very executive building was brought down, which was found to be built on some, I don't know whether the land was questionable or it wasn't, the place was not good. And that was somebody's property, and it had offices, it harbored offices, and those offices had employees, the way you are saying. You see, and like Bernard was saying, places like Taj Mahal came down, tumbling down. Why should Weston still be there standing? At least, even if they don't want to bring it down, then if it was built on a public property, then it should be taken by the government. It should be taken over by the government and serve some purposes that would generate income, or maybe be part of the school, if that is the case. But something should be done, because if you can't see that Weston, some of these properties, the way they are acquired, might have not, the owners that acquire might have been directly in those actions. But there are, the due diligence that people be doing. So I don't have any question like that. Number two, regarding the
he's eating into my time now. Really.
DP Ruto.
Ngoja kwanza, ngojeni tafadhali. WG, I thought you had a question for Patriot. If you're making your submission, then you are doing it at the wrong time. Let's finish with questioning Patriot.
I wasn't making a submission. I just wanted to bring a point of order.
That was not the right time then.
No, if you are giving points, I thought you had a question. We want to finish the Patriot submission by interrogating what he has said, and then we will proceed with the debate. Are we together up to there? WG. Let Dennis ask the question to Patriot, and then we'll come back. Carry on, Dennis.
Dear Patriot, do you agree that corruption is our Achilles heel here in Kenya, that it is our weakness? Yes or no? If you'll answer that. Number two, if you mention that people are going to lose their jobs in Weston Hotel, do you believe that the same corruption that made Mumias crumble, that made farmers who are not even them, who are directly unemployed, that has now heightened political terrorism in the Western region, whereby people used to be employed directly or indirectly by Mumias are now being hired by politicians to cause mayhem around Butere area? Do you believe that the same thing should happen, that selective justice should be used such that we spare Weston, yet Mumias are scrambled and people are suffering there? Number 3, are you aware that by making the symbol of corruption by the executive in form of Weston Hotel, by making it just exist and standing at that position, tukiona, do you believe that we are not promoting what Mutula Kilonzo Jr. will say, that we are just promoting a Karl Marx society, a man-eat-man society, whereby if you are the executive and you leave a place like Weston, you raise it up, and that we can't question it because of political amnesty? Lastly, yeah, don't you know that Weston Hotel, it stands adjacent to the airport, and it's also controversial in that it was somehow public land next to a school. Don't you have you heard of accidents that have happened next to airports? What if dignitaries who go to Weston Hotel, one day something happens from Wilson Airport? I don't want to preempt a bad thing. Answer me, please.
Bernard. I think those are more than enough questions. Hold on. Patriot, please respond.
Yeah, thank you so much for my fellow Kenyans. I want to answer the latter, okay? Because seemingly is the one who had questions. I want to answer our brother here with another example. I think that will bring the point home. You have a police recruitment that takes place. The recruitment happens in such a way that 5 of the officers who are recruited to join the police bribed their way to join the police force. You come to discover when these guys have already been deployed. One is a commissioner in Rift Valley. Another one is a DC in the coast. Evidence is brought. Evidence is brought forward that these guys actually paid 400,000 for them to be recruited. That's corruption. Evidence. If I may use your roots, the correct answer that you will give is this: let these guys be sacked and they be stripped of their titles because they got to the training illegally, which in my argument will not be the ultimate thing to do. While on the other side, if you have an engineer who has forged papers, okay, he forged papers to get to the university, trained. After all the years there, he worked so hard, he passed the exam. Some failed. You see, that is the kind of a situation I'm trying to describe. You discover when this guy is out here, he passed from the university, he passed very well as the top student in the School of Engineering. But when you look at the papers he used from high school, are not genuine. Excuse me, what do you do? Then the voice of reason is brought into place. That's what I'm trying to say. I am not saying that we should not support the demolition of Weston Hotel. I am saying the circumstances of acquisition, the current status of the hotel will inform the decision makers, on what to do. That's what I wanted to say on that. Then the other question which you asked, I am aware that there are Kenyans who lost their properties haphazardly just because they built their properties on plots that were illegally acquired, corruption. They were acquired, they were public land, now they have them. There was clear directive to destroy their properties without any consideration. To me, that is wrong. That's what I'm trying to say. To me, that is wrong. We should analyze case per case. You know, that's what I'm talking about. There's somebody who was working, for instance, in the Ministry of Lands. He has a plot that was directly, that was within his disposal as an officer of Ministry of Lands. Let's say somewhere in Kakamega, and one of the stadium in Kakamega land is his. You can see the correlation quickly here. This is somebody you have no time for, but we are talking about somebody who worked so hard. He went to the university in the US, Amerudi Hapa, he's brought his dollars, and I was some land which have genuine papers from government, funny enough, you know, and he's the fifth buyer. Don't you think there's some humane way of treating such a person? That is what I'm trying to say. And I'm not saying I'm privy to what Weston Hotel is all about. I'm only saying that those who know it should handle it with a rightful, humane mind. Then lastly, it is true that for sure we have a moral obligation and duty as Kenyans today to make sure that the next generation is anchored on leadership that is part of the decision we are making today. For sure, that is a moral obligation. But the means of us doing that is what must be carefully structured. Because for sure, we are in this country, the rich, the poor, the so-called hustlers, and the non-hustlers, some of us, we are all in this country. So you must use a good language and very palatable language to bring the other person there. I'm imagining for men who are here, you want this beautiful lady. We like using this as an example. So Penny, don't be offended. It's just an example. You're going for a beautiful lady, and as a man, you have many men who want to have this girl. You must play your game in a manner that you get her. Don't start going there by giving, the disqualification or the disqualifying others by talking about their weaknesses. In my view, as a man, I'll talk to the lady and tell her, listen, I'm so and so. I am a professional. I went to the university. I can take care of you, can do this and that. Let the lady have your story. But when you sell the other men's story, the girls of today will not buy that. So I'm saying, as we are supporting the right candidate, let's be careful with our language, because we might scare those who want to join us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I pray that we let that rest there until I'm just asking Dennis, are you satisfied?
Yes, I'm satisfied. 80%, yeah?
Okay,
I have 20%, yeah. 80%.
We will add the 20%, just hold on. Okay? We'll come back to it.
Thank you, Dennis, for the 80%.
Okay, now let's go straight to community ancestor, and then WG, and then Musa. Community ancestor.
Yeah, you are getting me, Bernard?
Karibu in the land of the living.
Yeah, unanipata?
Kabisa, karibu.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my brother. Mungu aendelee kukuweka hapo hivi as our chairman. In fact, hii topic ya leo ni mzuri sana. Mimi I'm not a kid. Mimi ni mzae, ni ile nangoja tu masiku zangu songa kidogo hivi. So wale watu ambao tunalilia sana sana ni vijana wetu. Now, mambo ya Weston Hotel. In fact, William Samoei Ruto is our deputy president, but behavior yake ya kwenda kuchukua land ambayo ni ya public, because that land is meant for Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, is something which is very wrong. So cause kama sasa hiyo hotel mnasema kuwa sasa hivi it is giving jobs to maybe thousands or hundreds of Kenyans, wakati Taj Mahal ilipobomolewa kwa sababu ilikuwa build on a public land. Mimi nilikuwa naishi Tasia, so Taj Mahal ikibomolewa, I was there and I saw it with my own eyes. Ninajua pale kulikuwa na supermarkets, kulikuwa na maduka pale ndani, people lost their businesses, people lost their jobs. So ni kitu gani iko special na Western Hotel, whereby hiyo Western Hotel inaendelea kusimama mpaka saa hii? Sasa I gonna want to take this very opportunity to thank the Mount Kenya Foundation, for they know what it means to safeguard their hard-earned monies through businesses which they own. This Mount Kenya Foundation moguls, in fact, or billionaires, as others are calling them, these are the people who have invested their money, and in fact, whatsoever as a country we collect from these multinational corporations, in fact, it adds to 50 or 60% of our GDP. So hawa watu wako na sababu ya kujipiga kifua na kusema kuwa yule president mwenye anakuja come 2022 lazima ajali maslahi yao. Raila Amolo Odinga, Musalia Mudavadi, the likes of Kalonzo Musyoka, Mkisa Kitui, na wale William Samoei Ruto, na wale wote ambao wanaenda kusimama, wao pale mahali wametoka wote, how many businesses have they built in order to help their respective communities? Mambo ya kupata ajira, hiyo ndio sababu, hiyo ndio question ambayo ninauliza. And now look, recently William Samoei Ruto, he got an opportunity ya kupata an investor. Badala William Samoei Ruto angetumia lugha mzuri, lugha tamu ya kumpembeleza huyo investor, hizo 15 billion instead ya kuzipeleka Uganda, angezipeleka pale Eldoret. Kama ni industry ikue ya vaccine, ikue build pale, watu kutoka community yake wapate ajira pale. But William Samoei Ruto, he failed his community and he failed Kenyans. My last point, Dennis, you are here. My brother.
Yes.
My brother, I thank you so much. Mungu azidi kukuweka, uone mpaka vitukuu na vilembwekeza, yani wale watoto wa mwisho kabisa. Ni sababu gani nasema namna hii? When you spread your bed, if you spread your bed upside down, Yaani mahali miguu inastahili iangalie ndio umeweka your pillowcase. Mtu yote astahili aje akuambie no. Ninaonanga you always sleep upwards. Why this time round you are sleeping upside down? Lala vile umespread your bed. Sisi we voted in these governors. These governors, they have eaten our billions and billions of money ambazo sasa hivi zingekuwa zimeleta impact kwa world level. They have siphoned our blood. So Wakenya sasa hivi we are crying that bei ya mafuta inapanda and what have you. Wacha tukule ujeuri wetu, kwa sababu it is us who voted in these billionaires whom we have created, the 47 governors billionaires. But time has come. We make a rectification, and this is the time. Mimi, I'm married. I have children. That is why I've told you. Mimi sasa hivi siwezi enda barabarani kutafuta msichana wa kutongoza. Me, what I'm waiting for my death. Lakini vijana watoto wangu ndio nalilia, na hawa vijana wenye viongozi wetu wamecreate into beggars. Watu wako na madegree, wao kazi yao ni kwenda looking for hope kutoka kwa viongozi ambao hawawezi wakawasaidia. Now, you young people, I'm speaking to you kwa macho. Mount Kenya Foundation wamenena, wamekohoa na tumesikia mambo yao. This is your time. This is your time. I'm really urging you. Na nyinyi kama vijana, hata mimi ndio I'm below the age of 35 years, lakini niko karibu kukanyaga hapo. Tuko katika hiyo njia. Why can't we create what we call Young People of Kenya Foundation? Hii Young People of Kenya Foundation itatusaidia namna gani? We should call all presidential candidates, because this is the time tunaweza kawafikia. Hawa jamaa wakati wataingia kwa power, they will be missing in action. Watakuwa wanajificha in State House, ama watakuwa naruka na ndege wakienda inchi kadhaa kuzuru, so hatutawafikia. The right time is now. Let's call them na tuwaweke into task. Tuwaambie what we need. Hatutaki kusikia mambo ya mabarabara. Uhuru ametujengea mabarabara. Ametujengea mabarabara. Kama ni mashule, kama hazikujengwa in 57 years, zitajengwa. Na ni sababu gani zitajengwa? Waweke ways and means bayana yenye watadil na corruption. Number 1. So Young People of Kenya Foundation, ile kitu tutatask hao viongozi, ways and means, kila mtu aweke bayana atadil na corruption namna gani. Number 2, tuwaambie kuwa we don't want to be beggars in our country. Tumekuwa beggars wa kutosha. Lazima beggars watolewe katika barabara ya Jericho. Wakati Kristo Yesu atakuwa anapita, apate hakuna beggars, mavijana katika barabara ya Jericho. They build us industries. Whosoever who is going to take presidency come 2022. Then from there sasa jobs zitapatikana. Jobs zikipatikana na corruption ikiwa imekuwa sealed, pesa zitapatikana za kuongezea mabarabara zenye hazijajengwa and all of that. So young people, if we can't be serious this time round, Mount Kenya Foundation already they want a president who is going to safeguard their billions. You young people, mwenye uko bega, what do you want to be? What do you want in the future for you to for any leader to safeguard on your behalf? Do you have hundreds of money in your pocket? Do you have thousands? Do you have billions? Do you have trillions? If you don't have job, where will you get money zenye hata wewe in the near future utahitaji a president akuje kusafeguard? That is my question. Nauliza vijana, Mungu wetu azidi kuwabariki. Wacha nipatie nafasi watu wengine.
Okay, thank you, community ancestor, for that elaborate speech. I believe is reaching everybody's ear, and a lot of questions. So I believe we will respond as time avails. We go straight to WG. And what is WG? For us not to continue guessing. Karibu.
Sorry. Okay. Okay, I will be brief because I've only selected some few topics regarding this Mount Kenya Foundation that I would like us to engage in. Let's try to...
Just hold on, WG. You need to get closer to the mic so that we get you audibly.
Okay. Okay, it's kind of, let me just hold on. Okay, can you hear me now? It's better. Okay.
That's better. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The Mount Kenya Foundation, I wanted us to indulge a little bit in probing who they are, what have they been doing, so that we know what kind of entity are we dealing with, and what kind of people are they? Have we asked ourselves, or just presidential candidates just rushing there because they are known to be having the key to scaling the mountain? So we know that the electoral process has been having a lot of issues initially. So have they been involved in this electoral issues? Like in 2007, what was their role? Did they play any role in, running away with the presidency, even after it was known that the person who won this election was someone else, The reason why I'm saying that, so that we can know going forward how we engage them, because if previously they were involved in those, undue activities, then there's a high chance, like in future also, they might also, they are dealing with a new president,
might be, questionable, or they may play roles that are not good for the country. So, because now the way I'm seeing them, they are kind of bullish to the presidential contenders. They need those people to go before them, and kind of begging them the way, like the connotation we saw today with the Oka guys. They were almost kneeling and pleading with them just to listen to them, you see. And again, having said so, if their roles are noble, then I think they should come out as the strong entity they are, to come out as fathers, judging by their ages, so that they can nurture this transition of presidency, moving out of central to these other communities who have never, their chances, if that is not Ruto, if Ruto is not going to take over, then the person who is going to take over is a person, is coming from a community that had never tasted presidency before. And therefore they need a kind of nurturing. So they should, even like now, they should be walking this presidency and nurturing the presidential contenders, so that we have a smooth takeover. So far, I'm seeing that lacking in them, because what I can see in them is their demand. They are demanding. They still want to give, to be, the presidency should be taken on their terms. So I think that is capture. They want to capture the person who is coming in, so that and therefore we run a risk of these guys holding the president, the new president, ransom. So like, he will not be able, even if he wanted to deal with corruption, chances are, if a few of those Mount Kenya foundation guys are found to be corrupt or be evading taxes, and the president feels he should deal with them, in future it might be hard. So we need to also probe them, and we know their intention. Because if they came in that powerful, then chances are that we will have problem. The other thing that would bring is instability. If they are very strong, and this president who comes in also will be having the backing of the state power and instruments. So that coalition might be so, that struggle might be so impactful, in such a manner that the country might be unstable, and even go the Somalia way, So we need to put these people in their perspective. The other thing I wanted to talk about is Mudavadi. And he was talking about trust today, and giving himself to those people as the person who can be, trusted. And within among the 5 principles who presented themselves there, the body language of Mudavadi was quite different from this Moise and Wetangula, and especially Kalonzo. I was following that thing very closely. I find him taking a very tough stance, and probably, that is according to me, he might either end up on his own in future, or join the other camp, that is Ruto side, and might leave the rest to come back here, to come back to Raila. That is Moi and Kalonzo. They may remain here, but I feel Mudavadi has some, he has some vendetta or something. I don't want to call it vendetta, but his stance is so hard on the other side. He has something with so much against Raila. The other thing I wanted also to talk about is the statistics of the 60%, which others, the rest of my brothers have talked about. This is all fallacy. It's all fallacy, just like the same case with the population that like they are advancing two fronts that are very dangerous. Number one, that their population now is heading to 10 million. Please, just let me finish. Just let me finish. It's heading to 10 million. When was that statistic taken? That the population from Central is heading there. And these are the fallacies that have been advanced ever since, time immemorial, that have been used to suppress other communities, Kenyan communities, because we want to believe that some particular, population are so huge. If you look at the population of the lawyers, there are so many. So we must need, and now they are bringing in another fallacy of 60% of GDP. Someone is interfering, please. Can someone put off the knee? Thank you very much. So the 60%. So where did that statistic come from? The GDP of 60%. This is another reason, like my brother put it so well. Was it Dennis? Dennis, I think you put it so well with this 60%. We have other counties which have the same potentiality when it comes to economy. So some people just begin it as a joke like that, then the media picks it up and make it a truth that has not been confirmed. So that is what I'm out here to also. Unless there's a confirmation from a credible, source that reveals this, then we should just rubbish it with the contempt it deserves.
Thank you, WG. I think we rest it there. Patriot, you had a question or what?
Yeah, I had just a correction to my brother quickly on a light note.
Carry on quickly, please.
Okay, what I wanted to say is this. It is true that the correct position is that actually Mount Kenya region has 40% GDP contribution. That is statistics. It is 40, not 50. It is not 60. It is 40%. And I'll explain why, so that this thing rests once and for all. The numbers they have, that is one. They are the greatest investor in transport. That is clear. We know that. All the matatus in Nairobi belong to them. Most of the houses where we pay rent, you know your landlord. Majority of them are who? So who are the people who own the small manufacturing, units that we have in the country? It's them. The people who have serious shares in the banks here, it is them. That is where we must speak the truth, because it matters to speak the truth. They are also hardworking, right? Well, they call it a spade. I mean, let a spade be called a spade. They're also hardworking. What we are saying is this. Our brothers who have worked so much to have what they have, they should be given space to teach us to also have the same. And they are now willing. They want to support a candidate for the first time who is not one of theirs. I really expected Baba followers to take this as an advantage. The Kisis, the Luos, need to learn how to become billionaires of tomorrow. Masharias are willing to teach us. So it's not time to question that. The truth is the way they are living. They're living better than you and me. See what they're doing. They're landlords. They own everything, while you are the people who pay. In fact, as the people from Weston, we are the consumers of their services and products. Is that in question, really? So there's no way you can compare Kakamega to let's say, Kiambu. You cannot compare Bungoma to Thika for obvious reasons. So I wanted that to rest clearly, that you don't need to be, a space scientist to know that our brothers and sisters from the mountain had the advantage of the economic tools of trade right from independence, as we said. And that is why we want that equalization plan to
come to our advantage. Now that they are willing to give us the little that they have to support Baba, give him money for campaign, do one or two things which he didn't do that time, because that's what they did to Uhuru and Ruto. Excuse me, we need to welcome that. Thank you.
Okay. Bernard, can I answer that, or just shortly, briefly?
In 20 seconds, we need to begin to call it a day.
Yeah.
Taliban has not spoken, Musa has not spoken, so let's be fair.
Correct. I didn't say they are anywhere lower. We know, but the exaggeration is what I was contesting. That exaggeration, which you put very well, that it's at 40%. But again, I wanted to answer you where you are saying they are living better than us. I don't think that is true. Content rests with a person's heart. Like in Nairobi, yes, they are landlords, but you find some of them who have built in Lavington, who are living in those houses, Luos. They are living in Eastlands. The landlords are living in Eastlands. By the end of the day, this guy dies without, and the house he built, it is plus the swimming pool. It is the Luo who enjoys,
but that's their choice. Sorry, but that's their choice. Sorry.
I believe.
Yeah, that's their choice. Yeah.
Yes.
That is their choice, and respect it. Yeah.
It's okay, Patriot.
And ours. And okay. I wanted what I wanted to put in the right perspective is that the content or how fulfillment rests with how someone wants it to be for him. Maybe you don't want to build in Nairobi, you've built in your home area in Weston or in Kisii, but in Nairobi you've decided to live in those houses. So the person might not be better than you in terms of even investment, which our people have really tried since 2002 to date. The people from the Lake region, the Lake and Western region, have really tried. They are moving out of those rented houses slowly by slowly and putting up their houses in places like Eastlands and Obama area. So these are narratives that keeps on changing. And another thing, Pia, I wanted to remind you is the historical factor. The disadvantages that we went throughout the history of this country is how it landed us where we are, and we just have to put things in the right perspective. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Lastly, Ben, please, or Bernard, on a light note, please. On a light note, Bernard.
Guys.
A quick one, Bernard, please. A quick one, please.
Okay, Patriot in 15 seconds. Thank you.
Okay, what my brother is failing to understand here is this. We want to correct the historical injustices moving forward as Kenyans, including those who have. So this thing of, if you start going that direction, my brother, let me give you an example. You'll be behaving like UDA. That is class war. We want these people who have to teach us how to have it. So history is not the order of our day. What we want is tomorrow for all of us, including those who acquired their wealth. They are willing to support us. That's what we want. It's no time to question their wealth, my friend. The point is this: they are for us. Doesn't that matter to you? They are for us today. So let them support us. They are giving us all our money. And let me tell you one thing. A Luo is the person who lives beyond his means. That does not mean you afford it. When you buy a Range Rover, when you don't have a house, that is not investment. And that's why I say that is about choice. In my view, as I feel, Bernard, let me just please. Let me finish. Bernard,
you are doing very well. Now you are beginning to.
Bernard, look at my content, please. Let me finish, Bernard, please, if you don't mind. Let me just finish, please, Bernard. Please, one second. Yes. If you had me from the beginning, I said Mount Kenya Foundation are very critical to the leadership of tomorrow. They supported Ruto and Uhuru, they won the seat. Now they are supporting us. Can't you support that? Excuse me.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. You have no time to question that.
I support you, Patriot. Patriot, I support you. You
Patriot.
know.
Yeah, even me, I
Yes,
support.
yes,
These guys, now
We
that you are
support
being
you.
supported.
Order
Yes,
everybody.
Yes,
Thank you. Order everybody, please. You people are turning this place into marketplace.
Give it to Penny. Penny, please.
Order everybody. Order everybody. Thank you. Now I want us to make progress. Penny,
I mean it.
For the gender issue, you will say something.
Penny, please.
Okay. One thing that normally comes out about Baba supporters, and I think it sort of like even spoils for him. You know, when you come out as a complainer, as someone who just sees things in the with a critical eye, then I think it beats all logic. It undoes a lot of things. So I think it's high time. It doesn't matter what happened in the past. Let's harmonize ourselves with what is happening currently. You see, let us accept to the cohesion. Let us accept to make progress. For instance, you made a point and said that is it Luos or the people from Western are the ones who live in Lavington and enjoy the pools and stuff like that. But I want to differ with that. Currently, our brothers from Mount Kenya have known what living large is, and they are no longer living in a mean manner the way they used to do in the early 80s or the 90s and stuff like that. So I think in the spirit of some of the things you let's be very careful. Some of the light comments that we make here, you see, this platform is far-reaching, and it might be our undoing. So let's just be humble. You know, let's just be humble and tolerant. Let's learn from our brothers from Mount Kenya. It's an established fact. They are hardworking. They are ahead of us, and there's nothing we can do about it. We can only but humble ourselves and learn from them.
Thank you, Penny. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Panad, 1 second.
Only
1 second, Panad.
Order, please. We are almost winding up. I want us to finish on a good note. All right. So let's if you have an issue, since we are all before the camera, you lift your hand, then I'll pick on you. If we all begin to shout, we are even affecting our followers, and they will begin to complain. We are creating noise instead of making sense. Okay, let's hear from Dennis Panza, and I believe it's a question or a comment.
It's just a compliment of what will bring harmony. Just
half a minute. Carry on.
Very good. Patriot, may God bless you. And community ancestor, may God bless you. Same to Penny. We are just about to have a Mandela moment. There's a mistake that Mandela did. He achieved harmony that South Africa wanted, but he never achieved the economic aspect. And that has brought war today. South Africans, racism, they dealt with it by that time. But now, Mandela never solved the economic problems. This is where now I congratulate Raila. He wants to bring this harmony, and this is how he's doing it. Number 1, political healing. Number 2, economic healing. That is why he's taking these, we call them the Mount Kenya guys, yeah? He's putting them ahead. Even Obama and every American president, whenever they want to enter power, that these people called Jesuits, that the Black Society of Kenya, that the of the United States, all these economic people, you have to meet them. So let us appreciate the fact that these guys are willing to teach us, the way Penny said. Now we go with we solve the political injustices, we solve the economic injustices, and there is the social injustice that we wanted to say, that is corruption. We have to deal with corruption. Now, Kenya, we're going to solve both political and economical. So the social aspect, that is where we should live and dwell in tomorrow. What we should do about corruption. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Community ancestor.
Accepted.
Yes.
Accepted.
Yeah, in fact, ningependa kuchukua fursa hii kushukuru Madam Penny and Brother Patriot kuwa in fact mmesema vizuri kuwa it is good. Hata mimi nimefurahi kuona baba na wale watu wenye wanamfuata supporters wamelai low as an envelope kuwa wanataka angalau, unajua kama hawezi wakafika State House, hawezi wakajua mahali sava ya 2017 ilifanya nini, mahali iliwekwa. So this is the right moment, inastahili cause sasa ebu nikwambie 2013 2017 this Mount Kenya Foundation hawa ndio walifund deputy president, wao ndio waliwaonyesha kuwa in fact waje tuwapatie ido mta access State House vizuri sana. So this is the right moment. Our Mount Kenya Foundation wameamua kutumia ile mtindo yenye walitumia 2013 kusaidia Uhuru na William Samoei Ruto. Sasa wamerudisha mkono kwa baba. Sasa sisi supporters wa baba, hata sisi tumepokea kwa mikono yetu miwili tukisema kuwa this is the right moment, na sisi turudishe shukran kwa yale yote ambayo watakuwa wametufanyia 2022 na sio siri. Asante sana.
Thank you. Community, you want to open another server which we are pretending not to see at the moment. So but I'm happy that we are discussing soberly, and then also let's remain sober in the sense that 2022 is not about who takes the advantage of another. Let it be about bringing Kenya on the right spot where every Kenyan will enjoy being a Kenyan. There is no a better Kenya when others are crying while others are living large. It doesn't matter how comfortable we feel in the upper current. As long as the lower current is crying, it will still spill over to the upper current. So let's envision a Kenya whereby every Kenyan has access to resources. They are living comfortably, whether they are lower class or higher class. When we get to that place, I'm sure we'll all be proud of being Kenyans. This aspect of somebody having to lose for me to gain needs to be eliminated from our political mindset. That whoever is in State House is not there for his community, is not there for his region, is there for the entirety of the country, and every Kenyan has right access to every resource that is available in a country called Kenya. When we go that way, it will no longer be an issue of lying low like an envelope. It will be an issue of we have an opportunity to demonstrate leadership, and this leadership is profiting the Digo, is profiting the Borana, is profiting the Luos, is profiting the Somali, and every other person in the country called Kenya. And I believe this is what our founding fathers envisioned, a country whereby every person is happy and is being taken care of by whoever that is in the office. Having said that, I want us to go straight to Musa. From Musa, we go to Talban, but the special part of this is that Musa, you give your submission and your closing remark. Talban, the same. You lead the way as we give our last parting shot. Tulale mapema leo, kesho ni job.
Hi guys, for me, I would like to be short and precise. I hope you guys can hear me. So the topic
of today, hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, topic of today was about Weston Hotel. Someone had rumors that it was going to be demolished. Yeah, I think it's high time that this building should be demolished because of the corruption rumors that it had faced. Yeah, haiwezi kuwa fair when other buildings and other things they are being worked on because of corruption cases, na hii Weston Hotel haitolewi, hata kama kuna watu watapoteza kazi ama nini. I think it's just right isikuwe sheria ingine haisumbui wengine na sheria ingine inamaliza wengine. About the Mount Kenya Forum, is it Mount Kenya Forum having to wamekaa na watu wa Oka? I think they have just the Mount Kenya guys have washapata their preferred candidates. It was reported pale kwa the staff that they had found their preferred candidates. Hawa Oka, as someone has said in this forum, they are just a flower girl, something of that sort. Yani to just make the ground equal to level, to make the ground look level.
That is the language we don't want of flower girls. That's not fair. That's not fair. Please avoid those kind of languages if you want to give us the support that we want. Bernard, I'm right, I'm sure.
Patriot, please. If we respond to everything, we will not move forward. Let him give his opinion, then you will give, as you make your closing remarks, you can put it in the proper perspective.
No, Patriot, I've listened to you for the longest time possible, so I just hope nasija interrupt. So I hope you just give me my right to speak and comment on what I feel I should talk about the way I should. I've not come here kuumiza mtu roho ama nini. I'm just speaking the way it is, and these guys are just flower girls na wanataka kuinterrupt hapa Baba's presidency. Anyway, I think it's just fair that walikuwa wapatiwe nafasi ya kuongea kama venye sisi wote tunapatiwa nafasi ya kuongea, so that we are not to be kusumbuliwa. Anyway, I've just finished my remarks. Someone else can comment.
I wanted you to combine with your closing remarks. Tukienda hivyo raundi tumeenda. Sijui kama tarudi kwako.
No, I have finished. I have nothing else to comment. I listened to you guys and I think mume formulate muka hadi summarize kila kitu, and I think everything is in order.
Now, before I let you go, because you have spoken the least, I will pose the question.
Yes.
Somebody asked, I think is Kanyarua. He said, if Ruto joined Raila today, will the Weston demolition program still be agitated for? What do you think?
I think it should just be demolished. Hata akikuja kuungana na yeye, and I am one of those people who believe they can never, at this moment, at this time, hawezi ungana those two people. It's just like oil and water. They can never mix at this time, this period. It's just a done deal. Na hata wakiungana, it should be demolished. That's my answer.
Okay, thank you, Ismail. Now let's go straight to Taliban. You give your submission and your closing remarks.
Habari zenu wote.
Nzuri, karibu.
Kuna hii kitu mmeongea kuhusu Weston. Sasa kuna hii kitu mmeongea kuhusu Weston Hotel. Huyu Ruto alipata aje hiyo Weston Hotel kama sio serikali ndio lipea hiyo nini title deed hiyo shamba.
Taliban, you seem to have a problem with your audio. It's not consistent. Unakatika.
Tena
Naomba hivi. Get off, then you get back because your audio is not clear.
If it mnasema eti Mount Kenya, Kenya
Taliban,
ni kina nani? 10 million, 10 million, 6
Taliban, if you can hear me, get out of the studio and then come back so that you correct your audio. It is not consistent. Thank you. Now let's go straight to Sam. Make your submission and your closing remarks, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Bernard. I'll try to be brief because the main point that brought me to come to the show today, because I've been following in the background and I've heard the conversation, and it's good as we make the conversation, we be mindful of the unity of Kenya being one country, that we all don't have a room to exclude anyone or feel make someone feel like it's not doesn't belong to Kenya in one way or the other.
Sam, excuse me, Sam. You need to get closer to the mic. We can hardly hear what you're saying.
Still, you can't hear me?
Okay, there is better.
I'm saying, as much as we are playing the politics, we don't have that audacity to make someone feel that it doesn't belong to Kenya. Just to make a point of correction that actually made me earlier on to come to the show, Bernard, I was just putting this information around that as much as we are come here and have a conversation on the show, we should try as much as not to demonize other communities as far as we are trying to bring unity in Kenya, because I heard a guy here called Nelson who was saying the Kalenjin people feel that they know how to hold the Bible and talk all these things. And I felt that it was not in a right, correct order. As far as the Ruto is the one who happens to be the competitor to Baba, doesn't render for someone to cast passions to all the Kalenjin and talk in a very bad way. I feel that was not correct. And I remember last time when we had a show here about Wanjigi going to Nyanza, and then I think there was a guy who said, "Oh, you know, the people of Nyanza ni wale wanajua kurusha mawe." The guy was attacked and he was saying you're trying to demonize other communities. So I felt that one also should be addressed as far as someone is coming in the show, because let us be careful on the utterances of the words we make, because at your Weston Hotel, even if I'm supporting DP Ruto, I don't even get even a penny out of it. So I have no idea on how he got it, but but if I'm still his supporter, I might support him based on my allegiance to what I believe in him, as far as our opinion differ in some ways. So one thing that that's a very important thing that I raised, because I felt that it wasn't good to do that. And number two, about the point of information as far as the forum is concerned, is as far as we are trying to we are trying to actually to, because we come to this forum, so many people follow us, so we're trying to even make them understand, but not to brew that enmity of someone is suffering. Let us watch, especially the moderator, watch on how people are actually in debate in this show. I would say that because at some point I have been in this show and somehow I've gone wild, but today I'm just calm today, and I was just listening and see what other people ideas they've got as far as our politics is concerned. Number one, to start with the Weston Hotel. To me, I've not merged so much on what was happening. That's why I was listening to what other people are saying about it. And if at all it is not something that was found in a right way, and I'm that stand supporter of the deputy president, I would say give it back to where it belongs, because there's no point staying with something that it doesn't belong to you. That's not the right way to go. Number two, we know that we are in a country whereby most, like I would say, most of our politicians, when they're being stripped naked today, for example, when they get out of power, those ones who are holding the ministries, you will see and you will be in a deep shock to see the corruption that have been underlying, that have been hidden because of the immunity in the government they've got. For example, to sample one that I've heard, but I don't know much about it. But if I'm not saying that I know about it, but I've heard about the issue of Ruaraka land being related to Matiang'i, and now because he's in the government, because I saw on the news they were saying, not on the news, social media, they're saying, oh, MPs, that are all the propaganda that's going on. So for me, I would say it's a really high time that we start to curb corruption, because I know being in Africa, it's really hard to fight corruption 100%. Let us not lie about each other, because it happens every day. But at least on a national level, let us try and curb them down as much as possible. I'm not the one that support corruption. It's a no for corruption. Number two, on the issue of Mount Kenya, I would say, for example, the issue of Mount Kenya, the way those guys were doing, if at all we are on trying to build a one Kenya and bring everyone on board and discuss with them, these guys of Mount Kenya, they should not at any point think that they cannot have a dialogue with the UDA, because UDA, they are also Kenyans like us. Because I've heard some people saying here, they say they don't want, ukiwa na watoto wako or ukiwa na jamii yako in a society na kuna mtu mwenye hataki kuja kuongea na wewe, you try all the avenues to try and bring that person close to you, so that we have one Kenya dialogue. So by that, we will be able in a position actually to kill out sorry.
Oh, Sam, I think.
Oh yeah, I'm back. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm saying by that we'll be able to bring everybody on board, because we don't want that Kenya that after election watu wanaanza kupigana. I always champion and want that Kenya that we talk, we come on the table and say, hey, this election, it's what I had a little bit from the Oka guys saying, at huyu akipata ni kama mimi nimepata, ama huyu akishinda ni kama mimi nimeshinda. So it starts from us on how we depend, on how we cast passions on each other. I would say one thing is one thing that I heard those guys this guy Jirongo was talking something, and I don't know, he was just trying to give his opinion and say that msituambie kuna mtu mwenye ako automatic. As much as we are trying to cast that deputy president is someone who wants to go on his own way, but I will see from the narrative of someone who was saying here, he wants to block Baba's presidency. I thought maybe if those people want to be genuine for all Kenyans and all regions to feel that they are equally represented, they should bring in, for example, if they want Oka guys to go with the Baba in the same ballot, then they will exercise democracy in that, and then give them to go for mchujo, tuangalie ni nani atakuwa the flag bearer, and be done open, and all these people see that there's, because they've got their own cry. And one thing that we should try to bring, as much as we are trying to get everything in the board, ni ya kwamba let us accept each other. I like the way that guy said, because they speak their mind, kwa sababu hakuna haja ukuja hapo uongee na wazee na uambia okay, sisi tuko tayari kufanya na nyinyi, alafu ukienda we hear something different. So I like the way Jirongo was saying ya kwamba mkisema ya kwamba ati it's automatic so and so, mumefanya mbaya. Weka kila mtu mbele. We are happy to support Raila if Raila is the one going to take the day, as long as it's done fairly. And that one also supposed to go around everywhere. Even Ruto supposed to even think and talk to people, and that's what we are trying. We are trying to improve our politics. It's not in a good way. We are not yet there in a very good and competitive manner as a country, but we are trying to improve. So as we try to improve, as much as we're trying to improve, let us try and bring and make everyone, let us have that sense of belonging. Wanasema I like the way the guys are actually pulling out mistakes za Ruto na kila kitu. It means wanampenda because always you correct whoever you love. But the problem is there's a small thing that you guys are not bringing up, because we know so many things that has happened in our country, even the issue that is being speculated about, money going outside the country. There's some places we don't touch, but when you don't touch, it means that we don't even love those people, because hao watu wote nyoko kwa hiyo kiti, they're corrupt from the president. Hata Raila kuna vitu kidogo kidogo zinakuja zinamshika, but when we want to bring these leaders on the table, let us just put them there, strip them off and say as it is. Si eti kwa sababu napenda mtu ndio unajaribu kwa soft upande yake. No, mimi kama kweli Ruto ameiba that Weston Hotel, kesho asubuhi irudishiwe kwa serikali of the government to take over wherever it takes, you know, and that one it gives us democracy, and that one won't allow anybody assuming office tomorrow akuja afanye nini aibe, you know. We're trying as much as that.
Just a point of correction too on your side though.
Sorry.
What I wanted to say is that
hold on.
Akuiba,
please hold on. Let me finish. Sam, conclude.
Yes, I'm trying. I'm going on a conclusion. So I was just saying, as much as we are trying to see all these people and try to learn more about them, let us just try and be neutral and say what it is, because if in fact so many people watch on this show, we know there's a lot of corruption that happen everywhere, left, right, and center. So if it's a matter of dealing with the corruption, let us not take our political line. Let us square it out the way it is, you know, and that one will help us to know. Ni kama ile nini the coin. You have to flip all the sides so ndio uangalie. But if you concentrate flipping on only one side, you won't be able to actually see the other side and know, you know. And that's a very important thing, because hakuna mtu mwenye hati yako perfect, you know. Everyone ako na makosa yake. Number one, I was talking to one of my friend whom actually had something, and he was telling me nani baba akaniambia, ikiwa baba kweli alikuwa ni mtu mzuri mwenye anapenda this guy Miguna, and he was one of his team, mbona akamwachilia akaenda hivyo? And that guy is my friend, and we always have that politics tunaongea. Akaniambia, I come from the Luo Nyanza, but there is one thing that baba did to me, and I felt like it is something that it wasn't, kwa sababu kama angesimama ground na asema hapana, we need to have Miguna back. Hata saizi vile serikali vile inampenda na vile amesaidia serikali, angetumia that slot, Miguna will be in Kenya now. But mbona anamtumia na anamwachilia naenda hivyo? You know, that's one thing that we really need to see and say, mbona, because we don't want those politics ya kutumiana na kuachana, you know. There is a Kenyan as any other Kenyan. Saizi mimi nikiwa mahali niko alafu nimefugiwa nisikuje Kenya, nitasikia namna gani? It's not really something good. We have also to see that one. We are not saying hawezi kuwa kiongozi mbaya kwa sababu ya yenye ilifanyika. He can make a good leader. You know, people learn from their mistakes, and mistakes happen. Nobody's perfect. And now from that, it is us that we are putting them on the screen to see those mistakes. And once we say that mistake, it's not that tunachafua jina. Maybe we are trying to correct him juu tunampenda. Kila mtu ana correct mtu mwenye anampenda. Mimi nikiona Bernard unafanya kitu mbaya na ninyamaze, mimi sikupendi, to be honest. So we angalia kama wewe una correct your party leader, unasema ile makosa anafanyanga, kama unampenda ama umpendi.
Wacha tukurekebishe Sam sasa kwa sababu tunakupenda. Wacha tukurekebishe kwa sababu tunakupenda Sam.
Patriots, please. Let him conclude, please.
Okay.
Lakini Sam pia amalize.
Amalize, Sam anaongea mingi, nataka amalize. He's talking so much. Yeah, please.
Sam amekuja sasa hivi. Sisi tumekuwa hapa. Naomba hivi Sam. Sam, fanya hivi, malizia tafadhali, kama hata mimi niko na maswali kwako. Alafu tutakuuliza maswali.
Bernard, I've been watching this show since ilianza. Nikaingia
hatukujua kama ulikuwa nyuma.
Patriot, please mute your mic. Sam, go ahead.
Anyway, just to cut it short because of the demand of people in the panel, I was saying that it's good to flip it. Hata mimi kama kuna kitu nimesema, I start correction. I'm not perfect, you know. We learn every day. We come to this show is about learning from each other, you know. So anything I say is I want just to put it there. So someone might have a better ways to put it. Then he has to put it. I would never object that as long as it comes squarely in a fair way. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you Sam. Patriot, unataka kurekebisha wapi na half a second? I mean half a minute.
Yeah, just a quick one. Some needs to know that when you correct somebody, it's not necessary that is the person you're supporting. That must be very clear. You are correcting the person in case by any bad luck he wins the election, then he treats Kenyans well. Now, that's what I wanted him to know. And then the other thing that I also wanted to mention very quickly, because I know I'll have my time. Will I have my time or this is it?
No. This is just a response to Sam. You will have your time.
Okay.
Everybody will have closing remarks.
Okay, so what I wanted to tell Sam is that for sure, it is important that the law is followed. But politically speaking, there are things that are done different, which I'll give that statement at my closing remark. I didn't want to actually to preempt that. That will be at my closing remark. But generally, Sam, he's been very nice today. And please, Sam, we need to be seeing your faces. I don't see your face today.
Okay, thank you, Patriot. WG?
Just a closing remark is that even as we support our preferred presidential candidates, let's not put our heads in the sand. There are things that come with this presidency, and at the same time, you know, we are the Mandela moment we are talking about means there are so many things that should be put into the right perspective. They've been historical injustices, and that is why Raila comes in as a very, vulnerable, can I say vulnerable president, or someone with a lot of weight on his shoulder. Expectations are so many. Because this is the moment where the historical injustices, we look forward to put them in their perspective, especially the ones that come with election malpractices, land issues, you know, and many others of the kind. So, even as we support our candidates, we need to also not lose focus on some of these things, because if we miss putting them right today, then in the near future they may turn to be our curse in a very bad way that you would even not wish that things took place the way we wanted them to be. So sometimes, okay, we may go overboard, but let's probe. Let's turn everything up and down and see and get the best. You know, even that Ruto, to some extent, according to me personally, he is a man who should not be put verified. Number one, he's a Kenyan. Number two, there are some things that he says that are not, so out of place. They are realities. And finally, when it comes to corruption, I think we should not have any mercy when it comes to corruption, because by the end of the day, it turns to haunt us. It hits back at us. Right now, we are complaining about the high prices of fuel. And how did this come about? It came about because of those, the debts that we brought in that made them pass even the bill for the percentage of taxes, the VAT, you see. But who is hurting today? It is us. Yet the people who ran away with the loot are comfortable. You see? So by the end of the day, when the problems come at you are sympathizing with someone, even if whoever it is, Even if it's just your father, remember, if it's your father, he will die, and you perhaps you are still young. Your generation and the generation of your kids will be affected because they will be living in a very wrong environment, in a bad environment. So corruption should not be tolerated and should be hit with the largest hammer so far, without mercy, so that we put things in the right perspective once and for all, for our kids and for posterity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, WG. I think that settles that. We are closing, although there are people who have not said anything. Those are the ones I'm giving priority to give their submission and their closing remarks. We have Caesar who came in, and then we have Mulumbu. But I will say something about what Sam has said on matters fighting corruption. There seems to be an undertone of balancing corruption. I said this previously in the previous show, that we should not fight for an equalization fund for corruption, that if there is corruption this way, it's because there is corruption in this way. Let's call corruption corruption and deal with it as it is. On matters Miguna, I don't think Baba is to blame, because Baba was at the airport trying to beg Miguna to do what he's supposed to do in order to get to the country and then fight for his rights. Looking back, it is Baba who went to Canada and hired Miguna to come and work in the Prime Minister's office, arranged for his papers through the immigration. That time, the immigration in the Grand Coalition was led by, I think, Mapambano, the late Siaya senator, the Oma Bay senator. And so we can't say that Baba is fighting Miguna unless something else has developed. It is only that Miguna has a very strong stand on how he wants his things done, to an extent that he wants to sack everybody in that particular way of operation. And in my school of thought, that only works where he is by himself, when he's commanding himself. But when something involves another person, that other person must be put in consideration before a decision is made. So you cannot say that you want to come back with a ordinary ID when the immigration law says, even me, when I go to Uganda, coming back, I must have a passport, and the passport should be stamped. Then you say, I just walk in because I was mistreated as I left, so I should come back, and the court order should be obeyed in this and this manner. I think the hard stand of Miguna is what is fighting him. It is not what is being portrayed, and we shouldn't just take things take blanket judgment on matters without assessing the circumstances around it. Okay, can we hear from Caesar? Or Sam, you have something to say on that?
Yes,
I'm
yes.
happy you have brought your face.
Yes,
Oh,
Pana.
that's fine.
Okay. Kaisari upo?
Space ilikuwa yangu, then umepeana.
Caesar, yes, ni ya
Yes.
kwako. Hebu endelea tafadhali.
Yes. Yeah, okay, thank you, Bernard. Okay, first of all, let me collect my brother Sam on the issue
Siaweke
of
video tumuone.
on the issue of Miguna.
Aweke video.
Due to public demand, are you able to use your camera? I want to see your face.
No, I'm somewhere. That's why, and you know it very well. I always
sawa.
take videos.
Endelea
for today, you
tafadhali,
can
tumia
see
muda mchache uwezavyo,
Yeah, okay,
lakini
thank you.
peana submission yako.
Okay. So as I was talking about the issue of Miguna, you know, Miguna is the only person I've seen in this world. I've never seen Miguna giving credit when somebody is doing good things. So he only criticizes, blah blah. So Miguna is like that. And now some don't blame Raila, like he's the one who made Miguna to be where he is now. You know, Amoro, Tiende, and the other lawyers, They are the one who was fighting for Miguna to come back. If you can remember, Raila was even in the airport to receive Miguna. But the problem with Miguna, he doesn't know how to keep quiet. So, and he always, every morning, evening, he's abusing Raila. He's calling Raila con money, he's calling Uhuru Kenyatta. So, if we continue like this, Miguna will stay in Canada until 2070. Secondly, let me talk about this Mount Kenya Foundation. Sam, you know the problem with UDA, as you said, that Mount Kenya, they're supposed to allow everybody and they listen to everyone. But now the problem with UDA, they are giving conditions. You know, you cannot abuse me at the same time you want me to give you space. Unaona, so hiyo ndio shida, because if you can remember, I think was the last 2 weeks, this MP for Nyeri, Matira, I mean, Rigathi Gachagua, he was saying he has no time to talk with Mount Kenya people. Those are the big men in Mount Kenya. So their focus is only to talk with the people direct. What was that just here? So that means now I say I want a time here. And another thing, some about the power, sometimes power inakuanga ni kunyakua. Ukisema ukuwe soft, utaumia. Hiyo unafaa ujue hivyo. Then let me finish the issue of Weston Hotel. You know, Weston Hotel, kama wanasema ukweli hiyo ni mali ya umma na inafaa ikomolewe. But for me, I don't think it's better kukomoa juu hiyo kitu imecost pesa mingi. Wanaweza irudisha ikue ya government basi, cause inaweza pesa zingine kuliko kukomoa. And we have so many cases of corruption. So Kenya, we need at least, you know, if we find someone who can fix only corruption, hatutaki hata tutengenezee barabara. Na hii mambo yote, you know, before tufike kwa hao wenye wako hapo juu, it will start from us. Ukiingia hata kwa gari, you find maybe we are maybe there is like 13 people which are supposed to be 13. Haufai tena wewe uongezee kupeana, tuanze na sisi wenyewe huku chini. If we start from there, corruption tutaimaliza. Lakini sisi tutakuwa tunaongea fulani Ruto ni mwizi, Raila ni mwizi, na wewe ukienda kuchukua hata parcel yenyewe mwenye anakuletea parcel ni ya 10,000, you give him 5,000. Sasa ule mwingine huko na yeye unaona, sasa sisi ndio tunaintroduce maneno yote. What I think.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Sisa. I think that that's clear enough. Can we hear from Mulumbu? Mulumbu, are you ready?
Ni kama ametoka kwa kiti chake.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear from Andy. Andy, you give your submission and closing remarks. We were winding up, and then we get from other guys as we get out. Andy, how are you? Unmute and respond. Unmute first. Okay.
Today I don't have much to say. I don't have much to say. You can proceed.
You don't have much to say. Say the little you came to say.
Yeah, I'm just speechless.
Okay. Just relax. You will pick up something as the rest continue to give their closing remarks. Then now we hear from Dennis as you give your closing remarks. Naendelea hivyo. If Mulumbu comes back, we'll give him priority kwa sababu hajaongea. Aya, Twende Ibo, Dennis. After Dennis is Penny, Patriot, and we'll give Andy the last word.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is all I have to say. Number one, in Igbo they say, since Eneke the bird has learnt that man can shoot without aiming, Eneke the bird has learned to fly without perching. So all political factions, regardless of whoever you're supporting or whoever you don't want or whoever you want, we have to learn the art of tolerance. What Patriot has said and is repeating to say. You remember, you noted this, that whatever you want to learn from whenever you want to learn from or gain from somebody, you have to listen to somebody. Yeah. So it's a time that we have to listen to every Kenyan from everywhere, every corner of the country. If there's a thing that you've not learned from Mount Kenya Foundation, guys, this is the right time to learn about it. You're not going to ignore every bad thing that has been said about somebody in the Rift Valley. No. Even that person from the Rift Valley has that right, every right to stay in Kenya and participate in everything and contribute to the economy. I always say this. Whenever we want to tackle the problem of Kenya, then we should talk about, Raila used to say, infrastructure, infrastructure, infrastructure. Now, I also say that we have to tackle corruption, deal with corruption, and kill corruption, just the way WG is insisting. And on that stance, I am with him in fully. Let's tackle corruption and kill it. Let us kill it once and for all, so that our next generations will have a society to reap. People have stolen so much in Kenya that there is nothing. We are now bloodletting. It's like that cow which has been milked. Yeah. You know, if you continue milking a cow beyond the limit, it's blood that is being milked. That is what is happening right now. And that is what is happening when fuel prices are hiked. That is what is happening when hospitals cannot afford ambulances. That is what is happening when students cannot get jobs, employment. Things that we are being told. I must confess, I'm a victim. Yeah, we finished school like 3 years ago, and I don't even dream of having a job. It's not possible. But I'm living in the reality that one day I know it will be possible. But again, if we let corruption thrive, even in the minute form of it, I'm telling you, as a nation, we might achieve political, say reconciliation. We can achieve economical reconciliation. But what is it? I'm really agonizing the way it is. Everybody, I want you to know that there's somebody called Mr. Katib Balala. He's from Coast, yeah? He's a very good public talker. And he's somebody, if you watched Azimio La Kenya in Coast, he said one thing. He's really agonizing about the person who is going to become the president. According to him, because he supports Raila, he said, people are going to hate Raila just after 1 year. Why? The economy is dry, the coffers are dry, and that is the reality. How are we going to gain even some of these things back to the economy, such that the next president, be it Ruto, be it Mudavadi, be it Raila, does not agonize? Is when we curb corruption at its tail. If we curb corruption, we are going to gain, at least people are going to be fined. Let the president start from that point, that president, at least to get something to work on. There's nothing that we are going to gain if we gain the economic reconciliation, political reconciliation, and still the economy is dry. Let me tell you this. I just want you guys to give me the right figures so that we know what we are dealing with. I'm not very good at numbers, so I'll ask a question and you'll reply to me. What was the last budget that was read for Kenya? I just need a chorus answer. I know
3
patriot
trillion.
you are right. How
3
many?
trillion. 3 trillion.
3 trillion. Yes. Trillion is and how many billionaires do we have in Kenya? If you can approximate, add all 47 governors. Those are all billionaires. Be it one term, be it 2 terms. Add Mount Kenya Patriots. Add any billionaire you think you know. We already have almost 100 billionaires in terms of Kenya shilling. China, as mighty as it is, China with its economy, it has only 80 billionaires, around 80 billionaires. Only. Do you see the danger we are trading in? I'm telling you about corruption. So if we have 100 billionaires, I only want to say that all of them have 2 billion. I just want to approximate. That is around 200 billion. It's almost like a quarter of our budget. A fraction of 100 people have a quarter of our budget. Do you see where I'm coming from? That is why we have to tackle corruption. Even if it means returning back Lumumba PLO, and he names people who are corrupt. Let us return them. The last thing that I'm leaving you with, and I'm repeating, please, the presidency, maybe Mutembei is known. You never know he has connections. I'm not saying that he has connection, but maybe he's a Baba's friend. Maybe he will get something, sort of. But think about yourself. If you elect a wrong governor, if you elect a wrong MCA, those two, leave alone the MP, leave alone the president. These people who are dealing with, and the senator, these people are dealing with the national cake. Because the national cake, where I mentioned Mutembei, at least he can be known, he can be told, you're going to be the ambassador of some unknown country like Trinidad and Tobago. At least he will be eating. Yeah. But to us, who don't have even that hope, that hope, at least we need our brethren to go to school. So the CDF, the constituency fund and everything, the constituency roads, not the constituency, but the county roads, county hospitals. And do you know, if you elect a wrong governor, this is somebody who deals with health. Health has been devolved. So if you elect a corrupt governor, just imagine your health situation is going to be bad. So please, and then lastly, allow me to answer Kanairo, who said, if Ruto joined Raila, would we talk about corruption in this forum? And I want to remind him one thing, that when I was entering this point, this the first person that I attacked, it was Kidero. Kidero comes from my community, South Nyanza, to be precise. But I told him one thing, from wherever we've been brought and born, we don't appreciate thieves. That is why whenever Kidero is always taken to court, you'll never even see an MCA, leave alone an MCA, even an aspiring women rep, talk about Kidero. He always goes and faces his things alone. But there's a problem with Kenya, that corruption has been glorified such that whenever you talk about corruption, somebody thinks about my community. That is where we get it wrong. Remember that corruption kills. That is one thing I want to. There's a point that is getting lost that I wanted to say about still whatever we should do. Nobody is talking about electoral justice. Yeah, that is a very, very key thing. Is Ruto talking about the electoral body? Is Raila? Nobody is silent. Then one party will again come back crying foul. Those are the things that we should do. We should talk about now. Let us talk unity. Let's talk economy. Let's talk about our social welfare. Let's talk about political welfare. Let us embrace each other as Kenyans. And then everything will be good for us. There's a point that is lost, but I know tomorrow we'll talk.
Okay. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Dennis. You seem to be a long distance, but our patience has paid. But I'm happy. I'm happy with your submission. It's important that we keep in the right lane and be able to finish this race conclusively and majorly for the profiting of Kenya, not for the profiting of individuals. And then, with that said, it's let you know, when we shoulder the responsibility of a country, nobody will need to encourage another to do the right thing. One of the things that makes us become divisive in our approach is our irresponsible culture, whereby somebody is able to start something and he doesn't want to stand by the same. And you see this clearly in politicians. Nowadays politicians are now very extra careful who they associate with, what they say when they associate with that person, because there will be some losses if they identify with so and so who is not liked by the voters. So we seem to have people who cannot stand by the truth. If standing by the truth will make them lose some votes, they would rather believe in the lie, propagate the lie, because it will get them votes. But that's not how to build a country. We need to build a country on what is ethical, what is reliable, and what can be trusted for the future. That way, I believe we will be sure of where our children's children will be. But if we put up lies and stand by lies because we are avoiding the truth will make us lose our seats and all that. We become bad parents, raising children wrongly, and so the future doesn't look any good. Can we now hear from where? Penny?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my parting shot is that as Kenyans, we need to deal with this culture of impunity, where properties that are questionable should be dealt with properly by the court and the leadership to avert impunity. We should cultivate values, and respect for other people's um, for government resources. Then also there is this culture of divisive politics. Our leaders should have avoid and deal with the divisive politics, where you find some people classing themselves as the churchgoers and pagans, people who read the Bible and those who don't, Christians versus Muslims, and people who grew up not wearing shoes to school are so bitter with those who are privileged to have shoes or being driven, had the opportunity of being driven to school. So you see that there's almost a class war. So regardless of our backgrounds and our affiliations, I think our politicians should show some leadership and maturity in the way they utter they make utterances during their campaigns. It could be that you went to school without shoes, but don't castigate the person who was privileged. Nobody chooses the family they are born into. We are all born, and we find ourselves either in privileged or middle class or stuff like that. So let's just learn to be tolerant. Our backgrounds are not important. When you are Kenyans, when someone cuts your skin, the blood is red. So that means we are all equal before God. Then there is the aspect of leadership, of humility on the part of our leaders and even citizens. I think our leaders need to exercise a lot of humility. Yeah, they should exercise a lot of humility. Let's avoid politics of chest stamping and name callings and abusiveness. you know, and pointing fingers. We should all be tolerant and humble, and our leaders should be in the forefront of that. Then I think corruption has been spoken about, and I think it's also something that we really need to address, because if it's not addressed, it's gonna get out of hand, and as a nation, I don't know what will happen to our generation. Our economy will collapse. We'll have a collapsed nation, you know, and we'll be seeking to go and live in other nations that took care of of their country. So we only have one Kenya. So our leaders should take corruption very seriously and let them deal with corruption. Corruption is actually one of the things that they need to. It's the top of the agenda. It should be the top agenda for every politician and every leader to tell the citizens how they are going to deal with corruption. There's also the issue of universal health care, which should be looked into so that no one dies for not having money to afford health care. There should be affordable housing and free education for all. All should be able to access education up to university level. That should be our objective. We should create opportunities for the youth to be able to get jobs. And then there was also the issue of there's this 2030 vision that was crafted during Kibaki's administration. So our leaders should go back to the things that Kibaki did and made our country successful. They should actually go back to the drawing board and try and copy from his administration. What is it that he did that made our country to thrive? I believe that we have all that it takes to turn around our economy, you know. Everything that is needed to turn around our economy is with us. And we are still privileged to have President Kibaki. So let our leaders go back to him and ask him what he did, because it's a well-known saying that if you do what the successful people do, you also emerge successful. So I would urge our leaders in humility to go back to President Kibaki, because during his time, our economy thrived. Kibaki inherited a broke government from President Moi, for those of us who are old enough to witness. He inherited a worse economy than we have now, with no roads, no nothing. But he left an economy that did not have any debts. So currently our debt ratio stands at, is it 9 trillion or something? Yeah, so I think we have to really go back to our 2030 vision, and we really have to talk to President Kibaki so that he can give us the direction, rather than seeking to bring in more models of economy and stuff like that. We have the resources, we have the knowledge. All that we need to turn our economy around is within us. So let's stop looking west or east or north. It is within us here. So lastly, sorry, I know most of us are so tired. Lastly, the voter registration. Let's mobilize as many people as possible and let's participate. Let's not to pige domo hapa and then come election day you didn't vote. It would be very, very bad. Yeah, let's all participate in the voter registration that is ongoing. Let's mobilize, guys. And let's also participate in civic education, you know. Let's tell people why they need to vote. Otherwise, thank you. Good night. It's been nice having you around.
Okay, thank you, Penny. We are always glad to have you. You are a strong contributor on this platform and to the nation. Like it was prophesied, you should think on national leadership. You're well able. You can make a serious contribution in making this country a better place by adding to what is happening. Well, there was a Festus here. Where did he go to? Mulumbu and Festus. We are looking
It's
for you.
Patriot. It's Patriot, Bernard. You're forgetting the list. It's Patriot.
Hold on, guy. I know you. the Patriot Festus yako nimeweka nyuma ya curtain. Uko ready Festus? Nionyeshe kidole kama uko ready.
Naniona?
Nimeona wewe, karibu. Now, Mulumbu is still on the wheels. So let Festus go first, then Mulumbu.
I'm okay.
You're okay?
Yes.
Endelea Mulumbu basi.
Okay, thank you so much guys. Nimewasikiza kwa muda mrefu lakini wanajua tulikuja kutafuta.
Bernard. Zutoe Festus kwanza ama atoke kwa video anapika chapati bwana na tuko na nini? Si aweke azime aweke curtain kwanza.
Sawa. Mimi mkake chapati zipiko kiona. Anakuwa mume nyumbani. You remember the old program of Muke Nyumbani? All the same, Mulumbu, you can continue.
Yeah, thank you guys. I've been following this program since it started and now najua nilikuwa busy. But I thank you guys. You are growing up. What you are doing is as people now coming to a sense, you're going to realize you are the younger generation that you need to make sure that this country, Kenya, is put on the right track. Yeah, mimi nitakuwa na machache. I don't have more, but I'll just go straight to the point. According to Western Hotel, it's very shameful kama mtu kama deputy president wa nchi mzima aliyejua anaenda pale kupigania wananchi, he finds himself that in such a kind of scenario of corruption and he doesn't talk about it. Haongei haongei corruption, ana brush tu, then anaendelea kudanganya wananchi ambapo wako hohehahe. They don't know because he knows this the way he can manipulate you guys and he moves on because that's what he knows. So to me, kitu ambapo isababisha watoto, kuna watoto walilemaa because of that nini, hiyo land ya nani ya Western Hotel hiyo. I hope you know, kuna kids walipigwa tear gas walilemaa mpaka leo na sidhani kama hata wazazi wao wanawasaidia. They're there. Then I don't know how some people can say, oh, sijui compensation, sijui waangalie kuna watu wanafanya kazi hapo. Manyumba ngapi zimebomolewa ambapo zilijengwa vibaya. If you want to finish the corruption, kwanza kama mtu kama deputy president, haiwezi hata afayo waachie hata piku imeze mchwa. Because he's the leader. If it is look, ndio nawaambianga, that's why nchi zimeendelea. Corruption kama ikikushika, hata he was not supposed to be in the office, angekuwa shatoka. But because you guys you glorify corruption, ni mtu wenu mnamshikilia because na wewe bwana umesema ni mtu wako na wewe hujaonja hata ndururu. Wewe mtu ametajirika na wewe mwenyewe unaenda kwa miguu. Hata vile mahali ya kulala hauna, shamba hauna, and you are dying for them support who doesn't help you. Who will never even help you. Such a person akiingia kwa power, ndugu yangu, nyinyi ndio atakulia kugonga vichwa. Bwana power ni, remember Orenga aliwaambia watu mnaona wakiingia kwa vile mnafanya hizo sheria zenu hii, zikiingia kwa power, nyinyi ndio watakuwa watu wa kwanza kukata vichwa. They don't understand. That guy akiingia kwa power vile unamuona, mtaimba ile lugha ya Yesu hamtaiona. So, hiyo nimemalizia hapo namna hiyo. Naenda kwa Mount Kenya Foundation. These things happens all over the world. At America hapa, ukitaka kusimama presidency lazima watu hao waende kae na business kubwa hao kae nao. Hao ndio wamelinda nchi. They are the owner of pesa. They are all of the companies kubwa ziko in the country, because companies that ziko in the countries, they are not from ng'ambo. Nyinyi hamna countries ambayo investigation kutoka nchi za nje. It's being invested na matajiri wa Kenya. So they have to make sure that mtu anakuja kuongoza ataenda kuangalia hiyo mali yao. They have to be sure. Now it's good because of this digital na hii mambo ya digital nowadays na demokrasia, mko able kwenda kuongea na hawa jamaa waulize maswali. It's good also. This election imeput in Mount Kenya haona any presidential presidential candidate. Kwanza hangasikiza nyinyi because they could have their own, but you are lucky. Mungu amebadilisha, ameflipa. Sasa you are there to engage with them face to face. Waambie na mjue ni nini, ndio mpate kujua nchi inaongozwa namna gani. Hao watu lazima wawepo, kama hawako nchi imekwisha. They must be there, so you have to engage with them. So that's the nice thing, because wameanza namna hiyo, na kama president candidates watembee Kenya mzima wakisema sera zao to people, and you people ask them questions. Hii ma question mnauliza hapa, you better organize with nyinyi vijana pia wakutane na nyinyi, you go ask these questions because this is your future. Na sasa kama wewe mko hapa mnapingana, the topics za mnaongea, you don't talk about your future, your malpractice, your elections, corruption and everything. Mnakuwa side, you don't look to the issues. Don't just follow somebody blindly. Huyu mtu unamtafuta ana nini, ana value gani, ni kitu gani amefanyia nchi? Because here in some nchi tunaishi, ukienda kusimama atakuinterrogate, ulisoma wapi, ulifanya nini, umefanya kazi wapi, watakuzoroda kila company ulikuwa unafanya. How did you do in that company? Kama ni advocate, how did you do deal represent your cases? Kama ni judge, how did you ongoza hii kesi ulifanya, ulikata namna gani? You see? They will follow everything you did. Is it the right thing? Wakiona ulifanya kitu kabisa, you're the right person. But because we Kenya, we follow money. Mtu kama amekuja pesa, mnakaa kama nini, kama wange yolo tunaita namna gani? Zile ndege zinaonanga kama nini, kuna kumbe zinatoka, zinakimbilia ile mbaya, hata kujua ajui hata kama ameiwekea mtego. Nafikiri hata sana watu wale wameona hiyo, unajua. So you guys, these guys, they are okay to be there. Na watu okay vile nimeenda pale, I didn't see wale waliarticulate wakaambia watu tuko na mna yetu kwa mpango, wakawapeana mpango yao, mimi niko na mpango na hii na isafanya hii. Some of them walienda pale kuzungumzia wenzao. Unaona? That's a failure. They could have gone there kuongea na watu, waambie sisi vile tumekuja, agenda yetu ni hii. Kila mtu aelezea agenda vile kuja hapa, mimi na mpango, mkinichagua nitafanya hii na hii na hii, ndio naona hii nchi yetu ina makosa na hii na hii, I'll do this and this and this. I didn't see that happening. Na sisi watu wako chini hatujasoma, we can understand that. So wale watu vile walisoma, I fail to understand what kind of leader of this. They cannot say mimi kama Kalonzo Musyoka ni lawyer mzima, kitu nimeona nchi yetu imekuwa athirika, nasimamia na hii na hii na hii, taungana na nyinyi nikiingia kazini, mkinipa nikipata nafasi hii, I'll do this and this and this. Mwingine anatoka pia, mimi kwa sababu lazima tusikie sawa za mtu, I'll do this and this and this and this. Mwingine basi mwisho watakati wa value, mwenye alikuwa na nini mzuri nani? Did they do so? No. Is there anybody did that? No. Haya. Hiyo nimemalizana nayo. Sasa kuna kitu kingine mnafanya hapa. Mmeweka mada vizuri kabisa ya Mount Foundation ya nini yuko, basi mkaongea about Ruto kampeni zake. Some of you amumalizani na Ruto kampeni zake. Mmeruka hiyo hamuongei, mnaleta vitu mguna ndani. So you move away from the topic. Sijui mimi ndio nilikuwa nawasikiza ama I'm wrong side, lakini vile naona mpaka mwisho umeingia mguna ambapo he was not the topic. Unaona? Hiyo ndio sisi huwa tunapotea. That's why Kenya ndio tunapotea. So nikienda kwa Ruto, I don't know these guys when you now what the agenda they are selling ni muganga, sijui Raila nini, whatever he is, BBI ilikuwa ni ya kugawa viti. They are not explaining to our nini mahasla hao wanaita mahasla how they are going to revamp this economy, ambapo yeye iko kwa ofisi imemshinda kurevamp. This guy he's in the office. He's working, he's in the office. But he is unable, badala explain, nyinyi ndugu yangu, hata kama mnaona niko office, ilikuwa namna hii nimelishinda. Sasa naona mnipatie kura zenu, nikiingia huko, I'm going to solve this and this and this. Na akienda, BBI ilianguka mzuri because of they were going to wanataka uongozi, wanataka kugawana mamlaka. What are you looking for? What Ruto himself, what is he looking for? Not kuongoza Kenya? He's not looking for mamlaka. Watu wako surrounded na yeye, what are they looking for? Akiingia kwa president day, hawatapewa vyeo. Why are they dying hard with him? Instead of waambie sisi Ruto akienda, sisi tumemsimamia na yeye tumemwambia tunataka. Wakienda, they are just singing Raila, okay, Raila, okay, Raila, okay. And then you guys, some of the supporters mnakuja, wewe ndio mtu mnataka. I'm really na wacheka tu ndogo zangu. Nisidhani watoto wangu nawaita watoto because my age yangu mahali imefika, miaka michache nitakuwa napiga kwa heri. Ni nyinyi ndio sisi tumekarangwa ndani yako, tukakarangika, Mungu akatujalia tukatoka. Sasa kama hiyo baba mtatoka, where are you going to? Mtaenda wapi? You talking as if you have never seen hii vita ambayo imetoka Kenya kinga, watu wakipigana kila siku. Me I've seen all the boy kutoka 92, 97, only 202. And kutoka kuanzia 87. Let me say from 82. 87. Inaingia 90. Imeingia 97. 202 is the only peaceful election ilifanyika katika Kenya. Sasa imeiga 207 ndio ilikuwa ile kidonda ilikuwa imevunda kwa miaka mingi. You see what happened? And then badala muangae kwa ile vitu vinatusaidia. Guys, I thank you. Nowadays most of you umeanza kuelimika, umeanza ku understand. If you will understand and become talk to the issues that is affecting you guys, that when they tackle those issues, it's going to help you in the future. I'll be very thankful, and I'll always follow you guys, and I'll support you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mlumbu. I think that is more than enough. We go to Patriot as we find out whether this guy is ready. Patriot, your closing remarks, your submission and closing remarks.
Thank you so much for keeping me this.
Let me know when you're ready to come to the studio.
Thank you for keeping me this long, Bernard.
I am most obliged. Thank you.
Mark those words. Anyway, I came in as a liberal catalyst. That is how I started my submission. But I want to end as an extremist politician. My conclusion will be that, unfortunately. And I don't know how many followers will be on my side as I conclude and how many I will lose. But I want to say the following. Democracy is a Greek philosophy that is only anchored on numbers. If you have 20 fools who are going to make decisions against the 3 wise men, that carries the day. Unfortunately, that is democracy. Why am I saying so? Let me reveal this. I am a very strong supporter of Baba. And the other thing that you need to know as my co-panelists, I am also a politician. And if that is the case, there are a few things I'll have to do as a politician here. And that is very important because we are discussing politics and politicians are very important. So this conclusion will be highly political. If you asked me as an advisor to Baba, who wants to become the next president, if you asked me to advise Baba, I pose the question, Baba, Uhuru Kenyatta wants to demolish
Weston Hotel, do you agree, Baba, yes or no? I will tell you today, Baba will say no for the following reasons. Just remember that there were so many things that made Raila Amolo Odinga lose the election of 2013, politically speaking. One of the things that made Raila lose that election, obviously, was the demonization of Mau Forest. Mau Forest was a topic discussed by the cabinet, agreed upon to be executed. Something some of us know, you might never know. Technically, Kibaki brought the execution of this at the expense of Raila Amolo Odinga's election because they knew that clearly the protagonists will use this against him. And unfortunately, Baba fell to the trap. He said, miti ipandwe, mimi niende kupika mandazi Kibera, if you people remember. If you have to ask me, that was a political trap that Raila didn't see. But correctly speaking, morally, Raila decided to plant the trees and go to Kibera to pick mandazi. Now, do I support Raila to remain on the same trajectory today? If I know Raila's years have gone, we want a Mandela moment, and we know very clearly you cannot fix anything if you are not on top of the game. You ask me today, I'll tell you Raila must change his strategy, which he has already done. So this thing of Weston, if you have to ask me, I don't think is a good thing because it is coming at the wrong time. Our focus today, my brothers and sisters, Benny, we want Raila Amolo Odinga to be the next president. Anything else that denies Baba votes, personally, I don't go for it. That is politics now. So you cannot be here. Let me advise you now, the followers of Baba, because you're quite a number. Today, one of the things I said, language, mind your language. That's very important because we must do the opposite of our friends. Number two, anybody who is bringing any project now to get any vote from Baba, I don't need that project. I don't need that project. You know why? If you destroyed the Weston Hotel today, you are very good with running with sympathy votes. They will say, okay, you see now, wamenimaliza. Hata hotel yangu, kuku zangu hakuna mali mimi nauzia. Sasa hata ile mayai mulisikia walisema, sasa hata market yake haiko. What will that be to the voters who are neutral? They will actually run with the narrative that they are victimizing Ruto. We will have lost. That is politics. So if you had to ask me, what do we do with this corruption? That is an issue. Let's fix the political dilemma today first, and politics will fix the mess. You are talking about corruption today because Baba has never been president. If you want to fix the corruption, I'm happy Dennis Okello is listening. If you want to fix this corruption, correct the mess in leadership. And I will tell you, just like Atwoli spoke to, I remember that was Musalia, he told him, you're speaking very well about economics and the matrix in line with how you fix the economy. You cannot fix that on the roadside. You know, you must be in government. So today, the person who will fix this country must be the president. Whatever thing you want to be fixed, it must be fixed by a person who is the president. And if you want this thing to be fixed, luckily enough, you are so much aligned to Baba. Get the votes, give it to Baba, tell him once you are in place, Baba, destroy Weston Hotel. Once he has become a president, not now, not now, not now. If you destroy it today, trust me, the sympathy votes will give our brother, the deputy president, 50+1 because they will think that Raila is out to destroy people's properties. That is politics. The other thing that I want to mention here, which is very important, Bernard, I want to insist. I'll continue being on this platform. And we have reasons why we come here. Please, 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 if you are a genuine supporter of Baba, mind your language. Mind your language. Because We are not the followers of Baba because we speak the language that I'm trying to see. And that's why we are correcting each other with smiles. And let's understand. I'm talking about Dennis. Let me talk about Dennis Okello. There's something you said, a serious rebuttal I want to give to you. You have everything and every reason to look at corruption as a menace for this country that must be fixed. I agree with you 150%. But where do you place that priority? In your priority list now, if you are talking to a follower of Baba, when do you want to fix what? At what point? So Dennis, what you said is quite correct. But what I'll urge you, the supporters of Baba, we have the Mount Kenya Foundation supporting Baba right now for the first time. They have the money. There is a lot of historical injustice we must correct through the social fabric, the economic aspect of that. We have tribalism that has thrived in this country. You can only make sense in what we are discussing today if you make Baba the president. So to me, you sit here and start telling me, oh, Weston must be destroyed because the corruption is here, the way we have destroyed others. Politically speaking, you are destroying the chance of Baba becoming the next president. And the most last part, which I want to mention here, next time you're picking topics, remember my conclusion is political. Next time you're picking topics for us to discuss, don't bring topics that expose our dilemma, and I'm just being very honest on this. Yeah, bring topics that you must be wise, you must be strategic, wise, because politics is about strategy. Bring topics that does not expose our belly, like what we are discussing today. By the way, we have been very, very patriotic today than the patriot here. You have spoken very well. Some came in and I loved the way he spoke. But one thing I want you to understand, the priorities we have today, my brothers, to fix the economic mess, to fix the tribalism that has gone to disparity in employment and in every quarter, the intake at the universities, you know that, you know these things. You can only fix that by having the right person in that house. So don't fit yourself into the issues of experts here while you are speaking as outsiders. We need our person up there. So once we have our person there, then everything will be fixed. Otherwise, I am happy to reveal today that some of us are politicians and our language is very important, the way we speak it. I want to give you my last quote. When Obama was campaigning in the US, you listen to that very keenly, Obama will start by praising the lady. What was her name again? That was Clinton, Mrs. Clinton. I remember one thing he said. We have come a long journey as Americans. Women have made serious contribution to our democratic space. But it reaches a time when we must do beyond what a woman has done. When you listen to that, there is a praise for the woman, but there is a reason to give this to a new person who is coming. So being abusive is not really the way to go. And I'll tell you, you will even attract people who wouldn't come to your end. So the language in politics is very important. Why is Ruto going to lose this election? Why is the deputy president going to lose this election? The vulgar of that language, the vulgar of the language that is un-Christian and yet you profess Christianity. We cannot walk the same road if we must give a difference and show them that we are going to provide better governance. The abusers, they slap you, give them the other cheek. They abuse you, call them prophets, call them good names. That's the way to go. But anybody who wants to work from within to bring projects to demonize Baba, and you wakuja kusema Baba ndiye alibomoa hoteli ya nani ya Ruto, this is the wrong timing, if you have to ask me. That is politics. And I want to thank you so much for you listening to me. I've learned a lot from this panel, and I believe it's going to make much. But mind the two. Your language, if you are really for Baba, I'm going to be picking you from your language. If you don't speak nice, then you're not for Baba. So thank you so much. And as I said, Penny, you have a long way to go. You have a space for the future leadership. And trust me, we can only attract those people who are in the wrong side of history by speaking the right language. That's not the language we need on the platform of power. Thank you so much.
You're smart, Bana. I should come for your political 101 lessons. You're very smart.
Thank you for
Thank
that
you.
political
Thank you
lecture.
so much.
Now let's establish order. Andy, I've gotten say something. Andy first.
Bernard, I think we all agree that Kenya is a democratic country, and you can choose a leader of you can choose any leader of your choice. Because the one who was speaking here said that this. Let me confirm and say that I'm a Asla. I'm a good supporter of Asla, which is good too. But I will not speak much about politics. Bernard, yesterday I visited Turkana County, and my friend happened to became sick. Now, the only hospital that we could visit is Lodwar referral hospital, which is a level 5. Bernard, Kenya is corrupt, and it is very, it hurts so much when you go to hospital in the 21st century and find people, I mean sick people, sleeping, admitted, one bed sleeping with on 2 people who are sick. It's very hurting. Huyu rafiki yangu in fact aliacha, ugonjwa iliisha. And now I wondered, is this the country that we are building? Is this a country? Are we patriotic? What I would like to say is, please, let's choose good leaders. Kuanzia governor, MCAs. Hawa watu ndio watu wa maana sana. Governors, MCAs. Hakuna vyenye in 21st century hospitali ati kitanda moja inalaliwa na watu wawili. The hospitali ni chafu. I mean, ni mbaya sana. Number 2, let me speak about Weston. I think corruption in Kenya is approached from the bottom to up. Like my friend Asla is saying, bottom up approach. Corruption in Kenya inaanza chini ikipanda juu. Corruption imekuwa too much in Kenya such that people are suffering so much, and the so-called politicians are not seeing that. We vote for them. After 5 years or after 4 years is when you see politicians coming back to ask for votes. We should be wise as a country. In countries like Singapore, they got independence. Kenya got independence in front of Singapore, but Singapore right now, it's a very developed country. Kenya, kama haingekuwa na corruption, we will be the heart of Africa. Politicians pretend to fight corruption, but they are the ones who support corrupt. They are the most corrupt people on earth. Imagine hospitali ambayo ni referral hospital level 5, wagonjwa wanalala wawili kwa kitanda kimoja. Is this a country that we are building? What are we creating for our coming generation? Another thing, I think I'm on record. I've been on record to promoting peace, love, and unity. Like my friend said, let's mind our what we say. Despite of me supporting William Samoei Ruto and anybody else supporting Raila Amolo Odinga, we have a country to build. This country belongs to us all. We must get the important. We must do the important things first and stop hate. Let's love each other as a country. Let's promote peace. Let's have unity in this country so that we can fight such politicians who are very corrupt, that in a county like Turkana County, a one bed can sleep kitanda kimoja kinaweza laliwa na wagonjwa wawili. Hiyo inaonesha how this country is corrupt, because you cannot tell me a county cannot afford to buy hospital beds. Turkana County ndio inapata pesa mingi after Nairobi County. How comes? It's very hard. It hurts so much. So with that few remarks, let me stop from there. Bernard.
Sorry.
Bwana unanisahau wewe.
Festa.
Bwana, that's not fair.
What is not fair?
Umeniruka mara ngapi?
Wewe hata hujatulia, hata nikikuangalia sasa hiyo uko ready.
Nimekuuliza kama uko ready. No,
Okay, subiri.
No, I'm just doing these things because I look like mimi niko ready.
Kama uko ready unatulia, because there are people watching. So when they see you active, you are distracting. That's the reason. Sawa.
Okay.
Okay, now before you just come in, Andy, you have articulated your point very well, and you kept on talking about corruption and your support for DP, but you never told us how DP is going to fix that Turkana problem. Why you believe DP is the best person to do that, and not Raila? You know.
Bernard.
Yes.
We all agree that we are democratic.
Yes.
And we support leaders because of their agendas, positive agendas to help our people and take this country to the next level. I think this is the right time for Baba to retire, Bernard. Bernard and Ruto is the right leader right now to elect. Apart from Kalonzo Musyoka, Musalia Mudavadi, Gideon Moi. Watu wote ni makupe za baba. Watu wote wanajaribungi kulalia hapa nyuma ya baba. We have only two politicians. We have Raila Amolo Odinga and we have William Samoei Ruto. But for me now, I think Baba should retire. Baba should be somewhere in Bondo and relaxing with his grandchildren.
No, that's the language we don't want now. Bernard, moderate, please. No. Moderate that language.
Thank you.
I don't think sidhani nimetusi mtu yote. Let me finish. Let me finish.
You are a very smart young man, okay? And I wanted you to respond to the question by giving reason. Democracy does not cancel reasons, okay?
Okay.
Democracy enhances reasoning. So you tell me you want Ruto because he's young, that is a good reason, okay? And but wanting Baba to retire so that the beds in Turkana can be found It's as if
No,
Baba
no, no.
is the one sleeping on the other beds.
You know, you have not let me to finish my submission. I was
Please
on
hurry up.
I was on that.
Hurry up, Testers is waiting.
Yes.
Quickly.
Another thing, I think bottom up economic model ndio suluhisho ya economy yetu ya Kenya, and I think I have supported that. I think this bottom up approach, while we start by this, you know, in counties I think I'm supporting that because of that model. I'm supporting him so much about that model, and
Andy, you're mute, but I don't want to dig further on that direction. Let's just nini. Uko mute, atukuski.
Bernard.
Yes, Andy. Now we can hear you. Now, what I'm saying is, I really try hard to get the reason and the explanation of bottom up and how is a solution to our current economic crisis. But what I get from you guys, I mean UDA guys, is just the DP has proposed it. It is a good model. It will fix the country. But the practical aspect of it in relation to the economic situation, nobody articulates it. Okay, it's just you know, you tell me that for us to have Mtembei TV here is because Mtembei is a good name. No, I can't
Bernard.
relate on that. I would want you, as
Bernard.
young as you are, you tell me bottom up is going to fix Turkana problem because bottom up has worked here. We used it in this school, it worked. We used it in this sector, it worked. Something practical, like Penny was talking about Kibaki's 2030 vision 2030 worked in 2002 all the way to 2010, and it had fruits we saw as Kenyans.
You know, yes. Bernard, you cannot practice something without letting it happen.
Oh.
Devolution is part of bottom-up approach, but it is not being done the right way. Devolution, when you find counties, kitambo hatukuwa na counties, lakini right now tuko na counties, pesa zinatoka kwa national government, zikiingia kwa counties government, zikifika kwa county government zinaenda mashinani. That is bottom up. Uchumi inaanzia pale chini, ikipanda wapi? Ikipanda juu. I think
lakini pesa inatoka juu ikiteremka chini.
Wapi?
Si pesa inatoka kwa national government inakuja kwa county government, alafu
hiyo haina shida. Hiyo haina shida. Sasa hii kitu ndio tunataka kuchange. They had an idea. I think it was an idea, but ilikuwa created wrongly. Money should start from the common mwananchi ndio ifikie. Tunataka kusema kama kuna tajiri ama maskini wote wanatoshana. Unaona? Kama uko na pesa, ulitengeneza pesa ya kutosha, mwananchi mdogo sasa apewe nafasi ya kutengeneza pesa ili economy ikue sawa sawa. Isikusikue kuna matajiri sana zaidi na kuna maskini sana. Kama hospitali yenye nilienda jana, unakuta hiyo hospitali yenye watu wanalala wawili, kama ungekuwa na nafasi ya kuenda hospitali kama Karen Hospital wangeenda, lakini kwa sababu mapato yao iko chini, ile hospitali yenye kitanda watu wanalala kitanda kimoja, inabidi tu mtu alale. Jamani, ukiangalia hospitali yote yenyewe ni chafu. Sasa unashindwa huyu mtu atapona kweli? Unaona?
Okay,
So
okay. Andy, I would
A
not
bit
want us
of point
to
of order,
spend more
Bernard.
time on that, but let's do this. Let's do this. In the interest of time, we are going to come up with the topic of that, breaking down that bottom up. I really want to understand it because I've been trying for the past, since it was introduced. I've even researched it, just giving it a benefit of doubt, looking for how practical it relates to the Kenyan situation. Sijawahi kuwa convinced, not because I support Baba. I just want to understand. But ninyi watu mnani let it down. All the same, where is Festus? God have mercy on me. Festus has dropped again.
Bernard, just a point of party, if you don't mind. Bernard?
Hey, please,
Bernard?
tufanye hivi. Ashley hajaongea na tunafunga. Wacha Ashley aongee kwanza, alafu utarespond.
Thank you.
Ashley.
Hi, how are you, everybody? I wanted to comment. Yeah, I wanted to comment on the Weston Hotel. I don't know whose land that is, whether it's Ruto'S or not. But even though it's not his, instead of destroying the hotel, even though if it's ruled that it's not his hotel, I think we have a lot of street children without anywhere to stay. I don't think spite is helpful in this case. You know, when you're given lemons, you should make lemonade with it. We can put that hotel to good use instead of dropping it to the ground. This is a third world country. When you have food at home, when you cook ugali in the house, and you have limited finances, do you throw your leftovers or do you keep them for the next day? You know, our country has to start behaving like a third world country. When you have a hotel like that, why would you break it down just so that you can spite somebody? Even though, let's say it's not his, I don't know whether it's his or not, but if it came to the fact that it was taken away from him, why can't it be used to house as a house for the street kids? Let it be put to good use, you know, instead of being spiteful. Anyway, that's my opinion on the hotel. And second, I don't know if Ruto has stolen or not, but assuming that he is a thief as he is called, there are other thieves. Some of them are so powerful right now that people like media, social media, people with media would be scared to mention them. But if we are going to want a better country, we have not to choose which thieves we shame, which thieves we want to pursue. We have to pursue every thief. Waigoro has been known to steal. I know yesterday someone said Waigoro has been taken to court. Waigoro has been taken to the Senate and come out. But does it mean that she's not guilty? No, it doesn't. So there are some people who have not, or who have been taken somewhere and they've been found guilty when they are or when they are not. But most of the time, the public knows the truth. You know, like this Pandora thing. Someone wrote here, I think the topic was fake, international, very big heavyweights were on that list that Uhuru was on it. But because we want to protect Uhuru, we want to call it fake. By protecting him, and we enabling, okay, I'm not saying he has done anything wrong. What he has done, he has taken that list and he has said he's going to open an investigation. And that is why it is bad for a leader, like a president, a vice president, to have financial dealings outside the country, because it is hard for them to fight corruption, because they can also be corrupt. Like now,
Ashley, your net is not consistent. I would urge you to.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Either
Yeah,
you
it's
change
not
location
consistent.
or
So
you drop
I
out
hope
and come back. We
it's
can't get you coherently.
misbehaving, and like I've tried to move. Even now.
Okay, go on. Let me.
Okay. Yeah, let me shorten what I'm saying because I can come back another day. I don't think I'll be able to change my location. So I'll just say something short. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's okay. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go
Hello?
ahead. Are you able to
What
hear?
about now? Yes, I can hear.
That's better. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
So I'll make it short. Okay, so what I was trying to say, you see the Pandora box or Pandora papers, mostly they were talking about most people who hide their money, hide it because they are either doing shady deals that they cannot explain, or they are taking their money out without paying taxes, or they're using the money to make money and not paying taxes on the money, the income that they are getting. And if you talk about trillions of dollars, not shillings, can you imagine how much that can be injected back into our economic situation in Kenya and what that can do? And it's not just one person. I know there's a lot more people than one person. I think the president was picked in the fact that he is the president and his family. But I am sure there are so many other Kenyans on that list. So let us not look just at Ruto. Even though we snatched everything Ruto has, it's not going to improve the economy of Kenya. Let us hate corruption, because every corrupt person makes our country that more insecure, that you cannot walk in town. You know, people think people go out of the country because they are looking for jobs. There are people who go out of the country because they want to eat their money in peace. They don't want to worry if they put on gold. They don't want to worry if they put on diamond. They have money, but in Kenya, they have to be worried. They keep looking behind. It's not like there isn't crime in other places, but it is easy for you to put your gold and walk down the street and nobody asks you. So when we encourage corruption, for whatever reason, we make our country insecure, where it is hard for business to thrive, for investors to come in, for even our own people to do well. So please, let us go back to ourselves. It will start with me, it will start with you, being intolerant of corruption, whether it is your brother, whether it is your sister, whether it is in yourself. Let me give you a short testimony of myself. When I was in Kenya, I worked at the airport, I worked in a bank, and I was in charge of the vault. I handled more money than I've ever seen in my life. I was very young. And my uncle used to tell me, "You fool, how do you think God blesses you? He's given you the chance. You have the key to the vault. This is your opportunity." And I didn't have much education. I had done some IT in one of the colleges, but I used to be the supervisor of people who are from Utalii College. Favor. Because I was honest and I was diligent. So it starts with us. Where God has put you, I'm lacking the word. Are you being responsible? So even if somebody, like you are supporting somebody, don't support them even if they are corrupt, because they are the ones who are making and pulling our country back to be a third world country. Why our leaders live in first world lifestyles, yet we have third world service, like our hospitals. They are below third world. People are sleeping two in a bed. There is no oxygen. There is no blood. My uncle died because he didn't have blood. They had to go to Machakos, and he was in Kenyatta Hospital waiting for blood. Yet our leaders, once they get sick, they fly out of the country. And we enable them. When we come here and support somebody who is being corrupt, we are enabling our country to continue being a third world country. I want us to think about that as we go to 2022. Whoever you choose, just know you will be responsible for the next government and what they do if your person wins. That is my submission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ashley.
Hello,
Go
Bernard,
ahead,
is it my
Patriot.
turn? Okay,
Yes,
okay. Thank you so Yeah, thank you.
Patriot, you had already done your submission. You're only making your
Rebuttals, yeah, just
a
rebuttals.
rebuttal. Then we hear from Sam.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. You know, every time you have an opportunity to listen to Kenyans, there's something that comes up as a genuine Kenyan, you feel you can correct. There are things here that are not right. Some of them have been peddled with the media. And the main thing here, Bernard, is this. We do not have proper platforms to educate Kenyans on a subject. I want to use this last minute to just clear something here in the air for people to understand, including probably you, Bernard. Offshore investment programs are businesses that are done across the globe. Offshore business investments are business programs that are done across the globe. And I'll give you specific numbers. We keep on talking about why Kenya has been lagging behind in relation to some of the countries that have developed. We mentioned them. Tunasema tumekuwa na Singapore. Read the history of Singapore and understand why their economic advantage today is so big compared to some countries like Kenya. One of the reasons is that some of these countries are security financial havens for investment. I know most people don't know that. Let's talk about Mauritius. Mauritius was one time named one of the best cities and countries that are moving to the first world in terms of development. The reason why Mauritius is a special place today in terms of the economic advantage globally, it is because of the fact that that country is an investment haven for sacred banks and investment. This is true. It's not things that we are blowing out of the extraordinary. Let's talk about Australia. Australia today, which is one of the best developed countries. In fact, the capital city of Australia is the cleanest city in the world. You know, what has made Australia to be what it is today? Serious Chinese investors have taken their money to Australia secretly to invest there. They have built hotels, they have built all this. So it's about decisions that happen that are genuine. One thing you need to know, that when you have money that you think you want it to be protected, these countries do that. They put some money against that. But the evil that we need to discuss here, which people need to understand, and it's not that serious in my view. Let's talk about, for instance, what the family of the president have invested in whatever country. It earns income. Where do they take that in income? That income is still consumed in Kenya because the president lives here, right? You can't tell me that money is just, when you use the term stashed, Bernard, you need to define what stashed meaning. What ends up with that stashed money? That money is put either in fixed accounts, you know, where the country, the local country that is keeping your money is able to invest that money. And in the course of investing that money there, they leave you with something. That is something that people need to understand. So generally speaking, offshore investment is a program in financial management that is across the globe. And that is why Ashley is very correct to say that if, in as much as we are talking about the president, there could be many Kenyans who have invested out there, including the deputy president. In my view, it is not wrong to invest out there. What we need is the moral question of balancing where you invest what, so that you also uplift the economy of your people.
And not only
That's
that, after you invest and you make profit, you have to pay your taxes like every other Kenyan. Like now we already know that the president has a flat in London. The next step should be that has he paid taxes on that income that he has been making from that flat that he owns in London. That should be the next step. If he hasn't, if you pay the taxes, well and good, he can continue what he's doing.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you for that clarity. And that is what we actually need to make clear to the people. But you see, one thing we want to be clearer here is this. When you talk about that flat that is in London, all right, the money came from the offshore investment, country.
and it earned him dividends. He invested in the UK. Where does that money, the one you're talking about, where does he pay tax? Is it to the UK government or the Kenyan government? Of course, he pays to the UK government because the investment is in the UK. So don't mistake that earning of UK to be Kenyan. To me, what is important, the money that he gets from the haven where he has put his money, if it's Panama, that's where we should say the moral question should be that money should be invested back to the country. But you see, if you are tracing the tax that is already in the UK wants taxation on any dealings they're doing with an investment.
Excuse me, can I tell you about taxes? You pay, if you're a foreigner, you don't pay the tax on the foreign land. Every Kenyan, even though you invest outside, you should pay tax to your country. The reason these people
No. Ashley, wait a minute. Ashley, before you clarify that, we have, let's change let's flip the story. Bernard, be patient on this one, please. Let's flip that. Assuming a Rwandan fella has invested in Kenya. He has a 5-star hotel here, all right? Where does he pay his tax? He pays to Kenyans. He doesn't pay to Rwanda. He'll pay to Kenya.
I don't know about the Kenyan law, but in US, if you are a US citizen, and you have investment in Kenya, even if you pay, no, I'm giving you an example. Even though you pay tax in Kenya, if that country, let me finish. If that country requires you to pay them tax, you will pay, but you will also pay tax of that income in the US.
Thank you. I think we are still, now we are okay, Ashley. What I'm trying to say is that this business, it is an international business that attracts different interested parties, including countries where you're investing. So we are living, let me just conclude here so that we don't have a back and forth thing. The point I want to conclude is this. Investment in any part of the world, just like I said the other day, it is a legal thing. How you acquire the money, that should be the question. The moral part of it is where people will request that now that you have so much money, Mr. President, we feel you have a moral obligation to invest this money back. But anything short than that, we're just playing politics.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Patriot.
Can I add on that Patriot has said? Because I've been reading this thing about they are called tax havens, because most of those places that they go to put the money either tax them very little or none at all. But every foreigner, I don't know about the law in Kenya, but most probably they owe taxes. And like the Korochi, even these people, that the reason they are hiding where they don't want, like the London flat was being rented by an MP in UK, and he said he didn't even know that it was owned by a foreigner, by Kenyatta's family. The reason they are hiding those is because they do not want either to be known that they have income coming in that they are not paying taxes on. So I don't know, we need an accountant in Kenya to tell us whether if you invest outside the country, you do owe taxes in Kenya, and you should, because this money, once it comes back in full for everybody, not just the president, anybody who is investing outside should be paying taxes on the income they're getting as a Kenyan citizen. Once they make this payment, you will see the life of Kenyans improve, because we make our money, our revenue from taxes, mostly.
Yes, actually, we don't pay revenue for investments that is out there. You pay revenue once you transfer the money to the other country. That's when you pay that revenue. But if the investment is on the other country, that's where you pay that.
Okay, thank you, you both.
Bernard, let me say this. Just seconds.
Okay.
We should all know that it's illegal for any public servant. It's in law. That's the constitution, to have an offshore account. Just that. It's illegal. The president should not have any account outside this country. I have not stated that. The constitution states that.
Andy, you are reading the constitution in part. It's not illegal to have an offshore account. It's illegal for you to be a public officer or government officer with an offshore account that is not disclosed.
That's what I mean.
Yes. So, and then from the Pandora's information, it didn't show that the president has an offshore account. He showed that the president is a beneficiary of the family business account. As
Bernard, just as you're a pastor, you are held to a higher regard. A president cannot plead ignorance in this case. I'm so sorry.
No, it's not a matter of ignorance. We are saying he has, according to the papers, we are talking about the Pandora papers, the expose that was given out, that the money that is in question cannot be clearly said it's out proceedings from corruption, number one, and number two, the president's name is there as a beneficiary, just mentioned as maybe next of kin or something like that. So, and then those accounts have been there longer before the president became the president. So that makes it a complex matter. We cannot pin it to the president, although we are waiting for his explanation.
And actually, as a banker,
Bernard, we can't pin it to the president.
And as a banker, actually, and as a banker, actually, the way you have put it, you should be able to differentiate between the account holder and the beneficiary. You know, so really, the story lies with the family, not the president here.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong. You remember we say there's nothing wrong with them having those accounts as long as the money was acquired legally. And second, also that the money, when they took it out, it had been paid for taxes. It's not money that was that money, wherever they got it from, was it taxed before it left? And if it's making any income, that's what I've read, by the way. And I've read on each. If it's making any income, that income should also be taxed. As long as that is happening, whether he's the account holder of the beneficiary, that is okay.
Okay, and the president said he will come clear on that. Thank you. I think we are all right, Ashley.
Okay,
I agree with
thank you, Patriot. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Andy. Please, let's hear from Sam, and then we get out of here. It's 4 a.m. in Nairobi, Kenya.
Okay, thank you very much, Bernard. I just admire the way. Oh, he left. Ametoroka. Okay, that's fine. One thing that I just wanted to say, I wanted to ask Patron a question, because it seems he is a supporter of Baba, and he is a politician. And there's some question that I really wanted to ask him, because he appears to be someone who might be thinking a little bit different as far as the way he has been articulating in this group. About the issue and this question of Pandora, because look, Bernard, we cannot wish it away the way anyone can do it, unless if we are trying to close our eyes on it. Because remember, the people who are the beneficiaries of this Pandora as the people who were mentioned once with these Kemsa scandals, that they got a lot of money, and now because he's a president, and nobody will want to touch him, because you know what, whatever happens in Kenya, anything you do to tackle the president, the boys will come on you. They will come chasing on your neck. And number two, anybody who supports Baba, or anybody or on the side of Baba, cannot talk that, because he knows that actually, the president is supporting his presidency, so he will never at any point say that. But because we know Baba, we know how he can talk. But at the moment, he has decided to bury his tools down. So I wanted to ask this Patriot, but since he has left, that's fine. But what I wanted to say is, we can never, and Bernard and your team, if the day you guys will come and say, let's look at this Pandora box, why is it that the people who are accused who are accused with Kemsa money are the beneficiaries of Pandora? And then msisahau ya kwamba president si mjinga, hata kama alifuja pesa serikali na akaweka kwa account, hawezi weka kwa jina yake, si anajua katiba vile inasema, so he has to use another means, aweke kwa nini, kwa account ya familia ambayo ni beneficiary, of which themselves they know how much alipump kwa hiyo account. So hawezi jieka hapo, hawezi jieka tu hapo kama nini, like maziwa mala ajiachilie hivyo. He knows also. So that thing also is there. Another question that I wanted to ask that guy is, why is it that these guys whom we've been talking about them on Kenya did not talk when Kariobangi guys were being bomolewa, and that one is a sewerage system way kwa ile city ambayo the family of Kenyatta wanajenga? Why didn't they talk at that time? And why did the Baba who usually talk on behalf on his side, because he was saying very well that as soon as you do something that is against people, you lose the votes. Don't you think that that was a loss of votes on his side as far as that thing is concerned? Because so many things has happened and it's been quiet. Another thing that I just want to sum it up before I forget is we've been in this show for a very long time, and if someone comes, because I the other time, Bernard, there was a guy who was called Mike. That guy, he gave me his contact and say, oh, the way those guys were talking, I was almost close to getting to understand what they say, but with how they demonize and how they talk about the deputy president made me to even fear and feel like they're not doing the right thing. So from what this guy was saying, let us just discuss this thing in an open manner, even if you don't like the deputy president, but you put it mpaka anaonekana ni kama ni shetani, ni kama sasa si binadamu, ni kama hata hajawahi fanya kitu kwa Kenya, unaona? Tell him to give you. No. So the best thing we need to do is let us allow, democracy. Even there's someone who comes and talk about Ruto here, you guys attack. In fact, we were thinking like, is this really a show to discuss politics? Sisi wote ni wa Kenya, and we have to make it, and the more you do that, it's not good, because hata nimeona mtu mwingine kwa chat huko wanatusi, like the way it happened, matusi inakuja, and it's not really good thing, because at the end of the day, can you learn without can you discuss anything politic without UDA? You cannot. Hata watu wa ODM mkawekwa kwa room moja mdiscuss, mtachoka, hata mtamaliza 30 minutes, but at least mkiwa na the other wing, it will make something good, it will spice up the talk. All right, thank you, Bernard. I'll let you sleep because I know it's late.
Okay, thank you, Sam. But I want to set the record clear. Number one, we don't have a pre-arranged of people who come to the panel, so we don't know how many coming in are for ODM or for UDA. That's number one. Number two, our debate here is very much open. Open in the sense.
Bernard, wacha tu nikukatisha kidogo, pole. Sababu nye nasema hivyo, I have known even kwa ile group, there's a lot of people wanasema, ukasema do point, these guys attack you na mambo ile, there's some people they don't want ile mambo mzito ya kuattack ama kuumizwa roho na ile vitu. So some of the things that it's being discussed here put some people away, so it only channels in those people with the like-minded, wala wenye watasikia Bernard anasema nini akicheka, but someone comes here with a different, kila mtu understand opinion yake. Hata akisema Ruto ni mzuri na amesema bottom up, kama hata uelewi bottom up, achie aseme bottom up yake anapenda, that's it. Mwambie yeye vile bottom up si poa, lakini sasa mkita mwizi yeye, all those terms, it brew up enmity, it brew up something that we don't get to understand. Hata inafungia hata mtu kujua uzuri ya Raila ni nini kama ajui, ama kuna mwenye ajui uzuri ya Ruto ni nini, unaona?
I get your point. I understand your drift. But like even in the WhatsApp group, nobody regulates the conversation. It's something that everybody takes on, whoever is in. So being a political platform, it's very difficult to moderate and make sure that whatever this person is going to say is going to be like this. But I agree with you 100% when it comes to using bad language ya kuita mwingine mwizi.
Hata kwa hiyo group kuna watu walitolewa kwa sababu wanasema they did not respect. But ukiangalia kuna jamaa anaitwa Robo Gila aliniambia mimi anaenda washa kangaroo. Is that not an insult, honestly? So there are things they talk, but it depends on where and who is talking. Ni ukweli, hata huyu actually alikuwa kicked out. kwa sababu alisema Kenya si ya mama ya mtu. So you see, sasa mahali tunapatananga ni hapa tu. Ni ukweli, let's just be honest.
It's okay, thank you. We'll address that. I believe we'll get how to deal with that. We have been discussing that in our wherever our management group. We'll see on what to do because we want to take the show a notch higher, and we need to have specific people for specific approach, a specific response to some questions. So we'll be having variety, not just uniform debate. Maybe we'll have one day for open forum where everybody comes in, but other days we'll have specific guests who will be answering specific questions so that we have a proper understanding of from all political divide. So that
another request that I wanted to say, seems because you guys have been moderating on your side, there's another day that also we from the UDA team, we will request to have a moderation, that we moderate the show.
We have UDA moderators. It's only that we you know this
volunteer.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
Yes.
I think we can talk that in behind the curtain. But I want us to close. Then we can remain talking that when we are off air. Okay. Ashley, you are saying?
Hello?
Ashley, yes, Ashley.
What I was saying, Sam said something which I think, sometimes some things that are discussed at home should be left at home. But I'm going to, since he said that, I will correct. Someone said something which was seemed as an abuse. I did not see that as an abuse. Huyo mtu akasema Kenya si ya mama ya mtu. So I asked the owner, Mtembei, what in saying Kenya si ya mama mtu is an abuse. I was removed. Kwa hivyo mimi sikutukanana. I try not to do that because one, I don't profit at all and I will not profit at all whoever becomes president. My only thing is that I really, really, really want to be proud of my country. Kama vile anthem inasema, ili Kenya istahili heshima. That is the only reason I'm on this show and I try to conduct myself in the best way possible. Hata siku hizi nimejaribu, I don't interrupt somebody even when I think they are doing wrong because I want to keep here.
Okay, sawa. Thank you. I think we are,
and I want us to be democratic, and I don't think that was democratic. But I will leave it at that. But me, I don't abuse, and I try not to do it. But I only ask, hiyo mnasema ni matusi ni ipi? Where is the matusi? Some people don't know how to explain. So they are limited. So instead of explaining, they do away with you, and that is politics. So we just have to understand that.
Okay, so thank you, Ashley.
Deter me from speaking. You will not close my mouth.
I get you very well. Thank you. Sam, welcome Maliza we need to give some shout out to Fungia Show.
And before Maliza Bernard, that was the only thing that I had, and if we can discuss behind the curtains, I'll be happy.
Okay, then let's hold on there. We want to appreciate all of you that have followed the discussion and made your contribution. Thank you so much for staying with Mtembei TV. We trust that this is adding value to you. I would want you to continue sharing with everybody. If you have not subscribed, please subscribe to the YouTube channel. Let's keep the conversation going. Want to shout out to Patrick Mugesani. Thank you so much. You have been faithful on this channel. Moses Nanje, God bless you. Thank you for staying tuned and contributing to our show. Kipkoech Emmanuel, thank you so much. We value and salute your contribution. Nyambwanzu Fred, We salute you, Aaron Rotich. Thank you so much. We have, who else here? There is Dennis Ondiek. Thank you so much. One
Wewe
more
Dennis Ondieka
person.
ananikia bure bana.
Dennis Ondiek. Thank you for your comments. We have Patrick Mugesani. We have already mentioned that. There is Martins Wilson. Thank you for staying tuned. Joseph Mbinda. Thank you so much. Kanyaru Wa. Thank you for staying tuned. We appreciate Kipungeno Bernard. Thank you so much. Duncan Johnston. Thank you so much for staying tuned. Asil 2 TV. We appreciate you for your faithful followership. We have Lillian Namai. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We salute you all. We really appreciate for your contribution and continued participation into our program, Wicked Run Away Unchased. Thank you so much for your faithful support. God bless you. We really want to appreciate Young Evans. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We look forward to doing this again. We will want you to subscribe so that you'll be notified anytime we come on the live show. But more than that, we really want all of us to have a Kenya that we are all proud of, and the leadership that we seek to have, let it be a leadership that takes Kenya to a higher and better place. God bless you all. Let's do this again another time.